Hello everyone, this is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL show. This is episode 35 of the TOEFL show. And those of you who are here with us for the first time, welcome. Okay, you came to the right place. I have a great show for you today. We are starting a new section of the TOEFL test. So as you can see on the screen here, we are starting TOEFL writing. Okay, so as I always do when I start new section, whether it will be TOEFL reading, TOEFL listening, TOEFL speaking, I want to give a quick introduction video so that you can ease into this new section of TOEFL writing. So I'll give you a quick overview of this new section. What are the tasks? How many questions are in TOEFL writing? And what do you actually have to do? So that when I start learning materials from the next videos, you will be more motivated, you will be more informed, and you are better ready to hit the ground running and study really hard from the next video. So this video, I'll go through a TOEFL writing introduction of the TOEFL test. Okay, so let's get right into it. So TOEFL writing section. So TOEFL test, if you have been watching my videos, TOEFL test starts with reading section, and then you do listening, and after that you do speaking section, which we've been recently working on. And then after all three sections, last section of the test is TOEFL writing section. Okay, so when you get to the TOEFL writing section, you will get two questions, and question one is called integrated writing task, and question two is called writing for an academic discussion. So this video, I will not go into how to write your answers, how to write answers to the questions. That will be from next video. I'll teach you exactly what you need to do to get the perfect score. Today, we'll just briefly have a look at what are the questions that we must do. What are the questions that we must complete? Okay? All right. So question one, as I said, integrated writing task. Okay? So obviously you've heard of integrated task before. We've just done a bunch of them in speaking section. Question two, question three, question four. 3 questions out of 4 in speaking sections were called integrated speaking tasks. And just like in speaking, in writing, it's the same. It's combined. It's integrated. So you are not just showing your writing skills because it's integrated question. You need to show your reading skills, listening skills, and combine these two skills into your writing. Okay, so just like speaking, writing as well, integrated writing task, you are not expressing your own opinion. You are just doing a summary of what you read or what you listened to. It's basically a summarization task. Okay, so that's integrated writing task. So in the real test, it goes through this way. So once you get to TOEFL writing section question one, you will be given a reading passage. I don't intend you to read this passage today. I just want to show it to you, what it looks like, because it's an introduction video. So you get a reading passage like this, okay? And you will be given 3 extra minutes to read it and make notes if you want to. Okay, so after 3 minutes are over, question will continue, by playing a listening passage. It will be an academic listening passage, professor giving a lecture in the class, okay? So the length of the listening usually will be around 2 minutes, a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, around 2 minutes or so. And after listening passage is over, then you get this screen, okay? So there will be cursor here blinking when you are taking the test, okay? So you can type your keyboard and write your sentences, write your answer, and complete this task here, okay? You can type away, right? In your keyboard, in the test. So this is the screen you get after reading time and the listening passage, and this is the question, task you have to complete. So this says, I retyped it here, so you can look at it easier. Summarize the points made in the lecture. So basically, you need to write a summary of the listening passage. Okay? So summarize the points made in the lecture, being sure to explain. So your summary of the listening must include explain how your summarization, your writing, oppose or argue against, opposite to the specific points made in the reading. Okay? So what you need to write is listening says this, blah, 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 and this is specifically opposite to what the reading says, and the reading says this, something like that, okay? So obviously, I need to teach you in detail how to tackle this question. So I will provide you all the details and complete lesson in the next video, writing question 1, complete lesson. So I'll just stop right here for the purpose of this video, which is just an introduction, okay? So that's question 1. So last question, after you finish question 1, the test will lead you to TOEFL writing question 2, last question, called writing for an academic discussion, okay? Once again, I don't want you to try to read this text on the screen. It's too small. I didn't intend you to read it. Just have a look at it. It looks something like this in the test. I just want to talk you through it right now. So there's two sides, on the left side and the right side, and there is this is where you type away. There will be cursor here and blinking. So as soon as you start typing, the alphabets you type will be inputted in here, and you can complete your sentences to finish your answers, okay? So on the left-hand side, basically, professor will give you instruction of this question and give you a question you must answer, okay? Question you must answer. That's all it is. And interestingly, not just answering the question, it's kind of a discussion. So you have some classmates, there will be 2 students. You can read what other students are thinking about. So you can have a read other students' answers, okay? 2 answers from 2 different students. You can have a look at them before you start writing your own answer, okay? But the catch is you have 10 minutes to complete this task. So, you can take a lot of time reading and try to get some hints and get some ideas to write your own answer, or, you can save a lot of time by looking through this very quickly then obviously you have more time left. So the catch is you have to finish your answers within 10 minutes to get the score. Okay. All right. So you can take a lot of time, or, you can spend just a few minutes to read this. It's up to you. But at the end of the day, you have to finish writing, complete it within 10 minutes to get the scores. Okay. All right. That's it. So I just want to mention one more thing about question 2 before I finish this video today. I will mention this again in my lecture video, later, but just keep that in mind. Within question 2, there are 2 different types of question. Some question will be open question, which means you have to think of your own answer from your own original idea. So open question would be, for example, let me give you an analogy. It would be like, what is your favorite fruit? Okay. So it's not multiple choice. You cannot agree or disagree. You cannot choose between 2 options. You have to think, what is my favorite fruit? You have to think and you have to answer. It could be, pineapple, kiwi fruit, passion fruit, banana, orange, apple. But you have to think of your own original answer. That's open question. And another type of question you get will be just like question 1 in speaking section. It will be closed question, which means you are not really thinking about your original answer from your idea. Answer you have to choose is actually given to you, like multi-choice question. It's a yes or no question, or agree or disagree question, or they give you options. Okay, choose which one do you prefer, A or B. So you are not really thinking of an answer on your own. You are just choosing. You're just selecting the answer from the options given to you. So obviously, I just want you to know there are 2 different types, and the plan and strategy, how we think about answering this question, will be different according to whether the question is an open question or closed question. So I might even create 2 videos, 1 each, teaching you open question type, TOEFL writing question 2, and closed question type, TOEFL writing question 2, as though these 2 are 2 different types of questions. So I just want you to know that. And yeah, now I think that's enough introduction, and we can start, right? So welcome to this writing section of the TOEFL test. And from next video, we will actually learn how to completely master TOEFL writing question 1 and TOEFL writing question 2. So I hope you can join me in my next video. Okay, let's go, guys. Thanks again for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in my next video. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome to my video. Today, we are covering a writing section, and writing has 2 questions in TOEFL test. As you can see on the screen, question 1 of 2, and there will be a question 2 of 2, of course. So today, as you can see on the screen, we are covering integrated writing. Just for those of you who is not familiar with the format of the integrated writing part of the writing section in the TOEFL test, let me go through the directions of this question, okay? So you have 20 minutes to plan and write your response. So 20 minutes limit, time limit to write your essay, okay? Write your answer. Your response, your essay, will be judged on the basis of the quality of your writing. So, you know, it will be content, grammar, of course, okay? And development. And on how well your response presents the point in the lecture. So lecture here is referring to the listening passage, okay? As you'll find out soon. And the relationship to the reading passage. So the task is you are doing summarization of listening passage, and by writing that summarization, you also need to show the relationship to the reading passage. So how it relates to reading passage, okay? So I'll show you exactly how you can do that. And question kind of emphasize once again, just what I told you just now. You know, it's kind of repeating itself, okay? Making sure the people who are taking the test do the task right just by following the directions. So question, summarize the points made in the lecture you just heard. So it's even more direct than that, right? Exactly what I said. So, you know, lecture you just heard, summarize that. And it even show you the relationship. In this question, most of the time, probably 85% or 90% of the time, that contents in your listening will cast out on the points made in the reading, okay? So listening lecture will oppose the points made in the reading passage, okay? So we need to write an essay, including all of that, which I'll show you through this video step by step. So I'll treat this video as like a complete introduction of the integrated writing question. So this video may be a little bit longer, a little bit more thorough, detail, to cover everything you need to know about integrated writing task, okay? So when you actually go to the test, literally, you get the same screen. This is why I prepared this way. You get a reading passage. You can scroll down, up and down for entire 20 minutes. And there is a right-hand side screen like this, exactly the same in the TOEFL test. And there's a cursor blinking, and there is a keyboard provided, of course, for you to type to finish your essay, start and finish your essay. So this is the outlook. And when the reading passage is first appear on the screen, you're given 3 minutes extra. So that's outside of the 20 minutes you're given to write the essay. So it's outside of that 20 minutes. You're given extra 3 minutes to do whatever you want with the reading passage. So you need to write reading passage note, okay? And after that, listening passage will be played only once. So you need to write very good notes about that, because the task is essentially summarization of the listening passage, as I mentioned just before, okay? And then after that, 20 minutes clock is on, and you need to write the essay after the listening passage. Okay. All right. So first thing first, we need to summarize the reading passage in 3 minutes. Today, just for the purposes of this lecture, this class I'm doing right now, I won't show you real time within 3 minutes because I want to go step by step and be really thorough. But in my other videos, not all of them, but some of them, I'll certainly demonstrate live to take notes of the reading passage within 3 minutes. I will do that, but not today, okay? And what else? Okay, so you might ask, when I write the essay, if the reading passage is provided while I'm writing my essay, why do I have to use 3 minutes to summarize the reading? That's a valid question. You may ask that if you're actually thinking about this task, right? The reason is listening is related to reading passage, as the question tells us, okay? So it's discussing about the same topic, and listening and reading will have opposite viewpoint most of the time, probably like 90% of the question. I'll tell you the exceptions in other videos, but rest assured you get contradicting opinions when you go to the test, right? So the structure is the same, length is about the same, number of body paragraph is the same. It has an introduction paragraph, just like reading. So, when you write the essay, you need to be able to compare and contrast the listening and reading on one page of your note-taking. You must be able to do that, to do this task well. So you must be able to write notes and understand the reading passage completely before listening passage is played, so that you can clearly understand and give yourself the best chance of catching everything and writing down really good notes on listening when they play it after 3 minutes. So it's a must, okay? To help you get everything in listening passage, you must be able to master the reading passage in 3 minutes if possible. But keep that in mind. You don't have to focus on details too much on reading passage in 3 minutes, because reading passage doesn't disappear like listening passage. It will be just there for you to use for the whole remainder of the writing task. Okay, so obviously we will need to do the note taking for the reading. So let's go. All right, reading here. Okay, let's read together. In the United States, it had been common practice since 1960s. There's typo here, sorry. Not to suppress natural forest fires. So just leave it. Don't put it out, okay? Just leave the forest fire. The let it burn policy, okay, let it burn. Okay, let it burn itself. Policy assumed the forest fire would burn themselves out quickly without causing too much damage, okay? So because they thought if you just let the forest fire burn itself, it would just burn themselves out quickly without too much damage, right? However, so probably there was a huge damage or something changed to this policy, right? In the summer of 1988, forest fire in Yellowstone, the most famous national park in the country, oh my God, burned for more than 2 months. So it didn't burn out quickly, right? It was burning, that's horrible, right? And spread over a huge area, encompassing more than 800,000 acres burned effectively. Whatever that means, just huge area, probably. So, you assumed let it burn policy and something horrible happened, okay? Following let it burn policy. Because of the large scale of the damage in this fire, many people call for replacing the let it burn policy with a policy extinguishing, so putting out the fire, extinguishing. Extinguisher is, thing you use to put the fire out, right? So extinguishing forest fire as soon as possible. The 3 kinds of damages caused by let it burn policy were emphasized by critics of the let it burn policy. So We could write all this down in words, like listening passage, like in a concise form, but we don't need to. Like, we can see this reading passage. So all we need is a thesis statement of the introduction paragraph. What is a thesis? The last sentence. Why? Because it gives us the perfect clue, the link to the body paragraph. Okay, so 3 kinds of damages caused by this policy were emphasized: first, second, and third. So, we need to read it and make sure and confirm, but rest assured, we're pretty certain that it will be first type of damage that let it burn policy brings or fires in Yellowstone caused, second type of damage, and third type of damage, right? Okay. And listening will say, actually, it's not true. That damage was not like that or something like that to oppose it. Okay, so first thing first, let's focus on reading passage. So in introduction paragraph, because I can see the paragraph after 3 minutes, I'll just write down the thesis statement. I'll just write down 3 damages caused by the let it burn policy were emphasized, right, by critics. Okay, so we are opposing the let it burn policy, right? So that's introduction paragraph. And first body. Okay, first, Yellowstone fire caused tremendous damage to the park trees and other vegetation. So this Yellowstone fire or let it burn policy caused huge damage to trees and vegetation. Okay, damages to vegetation, right? Trees are, of course, part of vegetation, or trees and vegetation, whatever. Okay, so that's a topic sentence, as you can see, very direct. I mean, we need to check by reading the second and third sentence, but it looks like, pretty clear, direct topic sentence to me, okay, at this point. Okay, so how does it back it up? When the fire finally died out, nearly 1/3 of Yellowstone land has been scorched, has been burnt out. That's terrible, right? So detail is 1/3 land burnt. Trees were charred black from flames and smoke. Smaller plants were entirely burnt off, incinerated. What had been a national treasure? So this is the minor details to me, right? Okay, supporting the previous sentence of 1/3 of Yellowstone land had been scorched. Okay, so all these trees were blackened, burnt, and small, plants were completely incinerated, burnt off, right? Supporting this sentence, so I won't bother. What had been a national treasure now seemed like devastated wasteland, right? So this is really major detail. 1/3 of land burnt, so all vegetation of that 1/3 land eradicated, right? Horrible. So probably if we format it, 2 details and main idea format, which is ideal for TOEFL every time. And also this is a good practice to write good listening notes, because listening, to be safe, if you're going for the perfect score, it's always the ideal to be able to notate 1 main idea and 2 details that supporting main idea per body paragraph. That's a secret for success. So we'll practice that, okay, in this reading passage, although we may or may not need it to write it when we write the essay, okay? So national treasure went to devastated wasteland, okay? Because of too much damage to vegetation, or all vegetation in 1/3 of land burnt off, basically. All right, second body. Second, the park wildlife. So first was vegetation, second is wildlife, so animals, wildlife was affected as well. Okay, so second is huge damages to animals, wildlife. Okay, or negatively affected, right? Large animals like deer and elk were seen fleeing the fire. Okay, so they kind of escaped. They ran away. Many smaller species were probably unable to escape. This is horrible, right? So probably they were trapped, and you can only imagine, burnt off. It's same. If there was a fire and if you cannot escape, anyway, they trapped, right? There was also a concern that, so that's second detail. So we'll break it down. First detail here, right? Large animals fled, and small animals trapped, right? Okay. There was also concern that the destruction of habitat and disruption of food chain happen, would make it impossible for the animals that survived. So survived here probably in connection in this paragraph would be the animals that fled, right? So survived, but kind of left the national park. They cannot come back to the park because of destruction of habitat and disruption of food chain. So the important point of the second detail is the destruction of habitat and disruption of food chain, right? And you could write, if you want to be really detailed, so they couldn't come back, right? But, that's the point, right? Animals, because of the fire, destruction of habitat and disruption of food chain negatively affected animals, kill them or make them cannot come back, right? Yeah. Third, the fires comprise the value of the park as tourist attraction. Yeah, I bet. I mean, who would want to visit here now? It's all burnt. So value as a tourist attraction decreased, which in turn had negative consequences for the local economy. Pretty long sentence, but still direct. Looks like the topic sentence. We need to double check in the next sentence, but so the value of the park as tourist attraction has gone down, which had negative consequences to local economy. Okay. So how does it's pretty self-explanatory, right? People would not come because it's burnt, and business that survive from the tourists, they would suffer, right? It's pretty self-explanatory, the topic sentence. But let's have read to make sure. With several thousands acres of park engulfed in flames, so burnt, the tourist season was cut short and a large number of visitors decided to stay away. Yeah, I bet, right? There's nothing to see. It's all burnt and maybe even dangerous. So they decided to stay away. First detail, large number of tourists. Okay, stay away. Of course, local business that depended on park visitors suffer as a result. So, self-explanatory, okay? Local business that depended on this tourist suffer. Because, they cannot make as much income because there are not enough business. All right, so pretty perfect, I think. without reading the reading passage, let's just read this note-taking to make sure how good is our note-taking, okay? So, in the reading passage, it states there are 3 damages to let it burn policy stated by critics. First, a lot of damages to vegetation because the fire burned 1/3 of the park. So national treasure became devastated wasteland, right? Second, a lot of damages to wildlife as well, because large one fled, smaller one trapped, destruction of habitat and food chain. Animals cannot live there, right? Or died forcefully. Third, reduced value as tourist attraction, and it negatively affected local economy because large number of tourists stay away from the park. So local business depended on these tourists suffered as a result. Perfect, right? So reading passage, note-taking done. Yeah, I told you this video may be a little bit longer than other videos because I'm treating this as like a guide, blueprint, introductory video to help you completely. So I'll take my time and be really detailed, go step by step. So what's the next step? Listening passage will be played. Okay, so I'll change the screen and play the listening file right now. Let's go.
Now listen to part of a lecture on the topic you just read about.
Actually, fires are a natural part of the ecological cycle, and their role is not just destructive, but also creative. That's why the let it burn policy is fundamentally a good one, even if it sometimes causes fires on the scale of the 1988 Yellowstone fire. Let's look at what happened after the '88 fire. First, vegetation. As you might imagine, scorched areas were in time colonized by new plants. As a matter of fact, the plant life in Yellowstone became more diverse because the fire created an opportunity for certain plants that could not grow otherwise. For example, areas where the trees had been destroyed by the fire could now be taken over by smaller plants that needed open, unshaded space to grow. And another example, seeds of certain plant species won't germinate unless they're exposed to very high levels of heat. So those plants started appearing after the fire as well. It's a similar story with the animals. Not only did their populations recover, but the fire also created new opportunities. For instance, the small plants that replaced trees after the fire created an ideal habitat for certain small animals like rabbits or hares. And when the rabbits and hares started thriving, so did some predators that depended on them for food. So certain food chains actually became stronger after the fire than they were before. And last, fires like the '88 Yellowstone fire would be a problem for tourism if they happened every year. But they don't. It was a very unusual combination of factors that year. Low rainfall, unusually strong winds, accumulation of dry undergrowth that caused the fire to be so massive. This combination has not occurred since, and Yellowstone has not seen such fires since 1988. Visitors came back to the park the next year and each year after that.
Okay, how much did you get? Yeah, I thought it would be better to show you in a bigger screen. So actually, I kept the file that I wrote, reading passage, like how you would really do it. So on the left, you need to write reading notes. On the right, you need to write listening notes on the same page when you actually do the test. So I try to do the same, but maybe, I cannot like change the size of the writing. It just became too big. I don't know, but I hope you can kind of, see it clearly. So I'll explain to you. Okay, so the listening said fire is a natural and natural part of ecology. So it's not just destructive, it plays some creative role. So in one sentence, she is opposing the reading passage by saying, actually, let it burn policy, although it was unfortunate, huge scale of fire may happen like it did in 1988, but fundamentally, generally, let it burn policy is actually a good one. Okay, all right? So it's not negative. It's fundamentally, basically good. It's not a bad policy. So she rebuts the reading passage by first, vegetation. She says, new plant will colonize the burnt area. Okay, so burnt area will be colonized by new plant, meaning new plant will grow in the place where it is burnt, right? And it will make vegetation actually more diverse than before the fire, because it creates more opportunity for diverse, different plants to grow, new plants to grow, right? For example, so this is a topic sentence, or maybe until here, right? And this is a new first detail, because it creates more opportunities for new plants. And then this is like a second detail, how, right? For example, small plants that need unshaded area, so they need direct sun, so they couldn't grow before the fire. And some seeds that needed extremely high heat to germinate. So, the fire burnt off other plant, but this fire, the temperature, maybe crack open the seed to grow. So, these are kind of opportunities that the fire provides to these new plants that, didn't grow before the fire, right? So small plants that needed unshaded area, or seed that need extremely high heat to germinate, can appear after the fire, right? So second body was about, the writing became massive. Sorry, I couldn't because I made a screen twice bigger, so existing writing size, letter size became a bit bigger. Okay, but anyway, if you remember, if you go back to the video, like 2-3 minutes. Okay, second was damage to the wildlife. Okay, and about wildlife, she says the wildlife not only recovered, but actually it created a new opportunity to grow better, same as the first body, really. Okay, it created new opportunities for wildlife to be more diverse. Okay, and the detail here, starting the small plants that started to grow in body one, for example, that didn't grow before. Okay, it provided ideal environment for some small animals, okay, that thrived. And this condition created predator animals that relied on these small animals to thrive as well. So actually, in some areas, food chain became even better than before, okay? So third, for this fire to be a problem for local economy. It has to happen every year, but it doesn't happen every year. So this massive fire in 1988 Yellowstone, fires of that scale does not happen every year at all. So it's okay, right? And the detail was, it was very unusual factor and condition that created Yellowstone fire. So it hasn't happened. So factors and condition hasn't happened, meaning the same scale of fire hasn't happened since, right? So neither, it's the same thing. Of course, this is a cause, right? You need to have this unusual factors like temperatures and dryness, blah, 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 to result as a big fire. So this condition hasn't happened since, meaning we didn't have the same scale of fire since 1988. So actually, second detail, tourists came back to the park as a tourist attraction 1 year after the fire, 1988, and they've been coming ever since, each and every year. So for the beginner students or intermediate student, you may understand, but you may not have, not only able to take notes at this level, but you may have not understood everything you heard. So I'll play the listening file one more time, and let's kind of match our notes to the listening to confirm our understanding, okay? And kind of understand what we need to do to get the perfect score, okay? So let's go.
Now listen to part of a lecture on the topic you just...
So I'll use the cursor to guide, okay? So you can look at the screen, or you can look at your own notes, whatever is the best way for you. But I'll guide with the cursor, okay?
Just read about.
Actually, fires are a natural part of the ecological cycle, and their role is not just destructive, but also creative. That's why the let it burn policy is fundamentally a good one, even if it sometimes causes fires on the scale of the 1988 Yellowstone fire. Let's look at what happened after the 88 fire. First, vegetation. As you might imagine, scorched areas were in time colonized by new plants. As a matter of fact, the plant life in Yellowstone became more diverse because the fire created an opportunity for certain plants that could not grow otherwise. For example, areas where the trees had been destroyed by the fire could now be taken over by smaller plants that needed open, unshaded space to grow. And another example, seeds of certain plant species won't germinate unless they're exposed to very high levels of heat. So those plants started appearing after the fire as well. It's a similar story with the animals. Not only did their populations recover, but the fire also created new opportunities. For instance, the small plants that replaced trees after the fire created an ideal habitat for certain small animals like rabbits or hares. And when the rabbits and hares started thriving, so did some predators that depended on them for food. So certain food chains actually became stronger after the fire than they were before. And last, fires like the 88 Yellowstone fire would be a problem for tourism if they happened every year. But they don't. It was a very unusual combination of factors that year. Low rainfall, unusually strong winds, accumulation of dry undergrowth that caused the fire to be so massive. This combination has not occurred since, and Yellowstone has not seen such fires since 1988. Visitors came back to the park the next year and each year after that.
Bang. Okay, perfect. So we're all done. Now we need to write the essay. Okay, so I will show you the essay in one screen or on the left while looking at the notes on right. I'll have a look at that. I'll pause the video and set that up, and we'll go sentence by sentence and tell you some template you can use and how these notes in the listening and reading becomes the final output of your integrated writing answer. All right. Okay, let's go, guys. Okay, guys, you need to write something like what you can see on the right side of the screen in 20 minutes after, gone through reading notes in 3 minutes and listen to the passage and write notes. After that, you're given 20 minutes to complete what I'm going to show you as like the model essay. Okay, so this will definitely get you the perfect score. Okay. So we've got, if you look at the left, this is the notes that we have taken, but it's just resized it, So we've got introductory paragraph and body 1, 2, 3. So it's pure summarization. You're not expressing your own opinion at all. So we don't need a conclusion paragraph. We actually should not have a conclusion paragraph. Okay, that's wrong thing to do. So we just summarize introduction paragraph and body 1, 2, 3. Okay. So ideally, every time, write introductory paragraph in 3 sentences. Okay. So talk about what is the topic that both reading and listening passages are talking about. Okay. So you could say both reading and listening passages are dealing with. So that could be the template you could use, or, I would show you many different templates in different videos that I'll produce in the future. Both reading and passages are regarding, or, both reading and listening passages are discussing about, something like that. Okay. So this could be a template you could memorize and use, and you need to put the topic of discussion in here. Okay. In this case, the let it burn policy, right? So that's first sentence, done. Second sentence. Or in different like question, you could say, for example, both reading and listening passages are dealing with whether let it burn policy is positive or negative, something like this. Okay. Because, they're saying, one says it causes damages and some says it's fundamentally good. Okay. So it's always like agree, disagree kind of passage that is given, reading versus listening. So you could use that, or just state actual topic. Both are fine, right? So first sentence done. Okay. Second sentence, write the thesis of the author, the reading passage. Okay. So the thesis is the author, the reading passage, whatever, states that there are 3 significant damages that can be caused by let it burn policy, something like that. Okay. Or critics emphasize 3 damages that can be caused by let it burn policy, something like that. Okay. So one sentence thesis from the reading passage notes. So here, this sentence here. Okay. So the author presents 3 types of damages caused by the policy, because we said let it burn already, the policy during 1988 Yellowstone fire, to be exact, because 1, 2, 3, they are specifically talking about what happened due to the 1988 Yellowstone fire, right? So I decided to be perfectly specific. So one sentence, done. And third sentence, however, okay? And you state your listening passage thesis, right? However, the lecturer in the listening passage, or according to the listening passage or listening passage states, okay? Let it burn policy is a fundamentally good one, right? So you need to write this into a sentence here, okay? Right, so the lecturer rebuts all the ideas presented in the reading because it essentially says damage to vegetation. About vegetation, no, there's no damage. It's replaced and more diverse. About wildlife, no, wildlife recover and even gives new opportunity, improves food chain. And value as a tourist attraction reduced? No, it hasn't reduced. They came back, right? So it directly rebuts point by point. Like you could almost paraphrase and say the topic sentence here, like, the lecture and the listening says it does not damages the vegetation. You could even come up with that kind of sentence. It directly rebuts, right? Like 180 degrees. So about the same topic, damages to vegetation. No damages. Damages to wildlife. No damages to wildlife. Okay. Damages to the value. No damages to the value, right? So you can make a short sentence like the lecturer in the listening rebuts all the ideas presented in the reading. That's fine, okay? So pretty easy introduction, right? 3 sentences, perfect scores. Let's move on to the body paragraph. I like writing listening first because, and obviously I produce many students, including myself, to score perfect score, 30 out of 30 in writing, and also 120 out of 120 in the whole of the TOEFL test. So this is tested and proven. And my logic is that, you could write reading part first. I don't think it's you never get full mark if you write reading passage first or vice versa. I'm not one of those the person that is not telling the truth and hype up the issue. I don't want to do that. But my logic, I have many reasons why I teach this way and encourage my students to write the listening part first. But if I can choose one reason to, I guess, try to persuade you to write the listening first, it's just that I'm sticking to the question, okay? The direction of the question clearly stated to us that summarize the points made in the lecture you just heard and how they cast doubts on the points made in the reading. So the subject of summarization, or main part, the majority of the part, dominant part of my summarization, the subject of this summarization should be what? Yes, listening passage. So for me and for my students, we can produce a lot more direct, simple, and accurate, mistake-free sentences when we write directly, right? So I like writing listening first. And that's what the direction asks us to do as well. It doesn't say like summarize the reading. No, it says summarize the listening part. But when you do that, make sure you show how they relate to the reading, how they cast that doubt to the reading. It doesn't say summarize the reading passage, okay? And I have many other reasons why I do this way. And also it helps you to write a bit cleaner and direct and accurate sentences, in my opinion. But anyway, okay, I just wanted to persuade you, and I just wanted to explain to you rather than say, just do it this way, okay? That's just not me. So sorry if I went a bit long, but I think it's important to explain the reasons why we do certain things, okay? So I write listening part first, and then I have a transition sentence. It's a template you need to memorize that triggers the reading part. Okay, so I do exactly what the question asked me to do. So I summarize the listening part and I say, this is this kind of relationship to the reading passage, which says that, and I briefly mention the reading's contents. Okay, that's my style and serve me and serve my student very well over a long period of time. So you can trust me. You can trust me? Sounds like, you know, robber. Okay, all right. Yeah, you can trust me. It's tested and proven. Okay, so first, so I'm going to write the listening part first to get the perfect score. Topic sentence is colonized by new plants, right? The lecturer in the listening explains that, so that's template. So I make sure it's a listening part in my first body, but I omit that from the second body, okay? So first body, I do put in one more word to make sure that I'm safe. The lecturer in the listening explains that, template. New types of plant eventually occupy the burnt area after the fire. So I paraphrase a little bit, but this is exactly same as this content, right? So topic sentence. New type of plants colonize the burnt area after the fire, right? And detail. The fire created opportunities for new plant to grow to make the vegetation more diverse. So that's this part. That's this part right here, right? So new type of opportunities creates more diverse vegetation, or more diverse vegetations are created by new opportunities after the fire. Okay, so that's this sentence. Okay, the fire created opportunities for new plants to grow and make the vegetation more diverse. And I need to write this part. So one main idea sentence, two major detail. That's what I'm looking for. That's a formula for perfect score in integrated writing. For example, so these two, okay? Small plants that needed unshaded space and certain seeds that required high level of heat were able to thrive after the fire. Okay, so I'm perfect so far. I've got all the details. I got topic sentence, I got major detail, I've got an example to back it up. One main idea sentence, topic sentence, and two details. I'm complete. Okay. So until there is the listening summary. Listening summary. Okay. And I use a transition sentence to let the scorer know. Now I'm going to go to the reading part and compare how my listening part relates to the reading part, how my listening part opposes to reading part. Okay, so I use this sentence that can be used as a template. Okay, so I would say this as all of this, what I've mentioned so far. Okay, so this, the reading summarization, contradicts the reading's argument that. And then I say, reading says this. Okay, full mark. Okay, or this sentence can be paraphrased in next paragraph, like this disagrees the reading's argument that and states reading's argument, or this disagrees, contrast, just paraphrase this word here. Okay, and maybe this word here, readings claim that. Okay, just show your linguistic abilities. So I have this bridge expression to move on to the reading part. And I like to write only one sentence of the reading part. Okay, so, but just to write topic sentence sometimes is too risky. So out of two details, if I think one is a major detail and one is a minor detail, I just write major detail or one detail out of two. Or if I think both details are quite important to back up the topic sentence, I very briefly summarize these 2 points and stick it in as one sentence. Usually, I like writing in one sentence, make the reading part concise and brief. I don't want to write, very long reading passage summary. That's not the purpose of this question, right? Okay. So sometimes, and even sometimes, if I think the details are so self-explanatory, then sometimes I just write the topic sentence. But it may be a bit risky to get the perfect score for this task. It may be too short. So I try to, make sense of what is a major detail, or how can I effectively really summarize and put this as like a one whole point. Okay. But I try to write it brief. Maximum 2 sentences about the reading. I never write more than 2 sentences. Okay. So listening part, I try to write all 3 points that I wrote down as a summary in my notes. Reading, I write it in 1 sentence or maximum 2 sentences. So I make sure my listening part is longer and more detailed than the reading part. I make sure of that. Okay. But reading section, you must have the topic sentence written. Otherwise, you get a deduction, of course, because you have to show the relationship. So you have to say, reading's main point is this. You must. If you don't, you're not going to get very good score. Okay, you cannot not write reading's idea. Okay, so the first one, I said reading states that it damages it damages the vegetation because 1/3 of the land of the park was completely burned after the fire. Okay, that's how much I would write about reading. So if you see my model answer here, the Yellowstone fire greatly damaged the park's vegetation. So this is the reading summary, guys. Okay, this is the reading summary. And this is the listening summary. And this is the bridge sentence that goes to reading from listening. Okay? Yeah. So Yellowstone fire greatly damaged the park's vegetation because in one sentence, the fire burnt nearly 1/3 of the park's land. All right, so from second paragraph, I'll speed up a little bit because I taught you all the format. Yeah, remember, sorry if you knew all these things. I treat this video as like an introduction to how to write integrated writing, from the scratch. So those of you who knew a little bit more about this task, this video will be a little bit long, but it's a good strategy video. It's a complete video. And I'll speed up from this paragraph. Okay, so as I said, listening first, right? So second, the lecture states that template. So this, I need to put it in the sentence, right? The fire created new opportunities for the animals, right? So not only it recovers the population, so I thought it wasn't really important. Okay, more important thing is the fire created new opportunities for animals to thrive, right? So lecture states that the fire created new opportunities for the animals. So topic sentence done. and I need to tackle this part. Small plant created ideal habitat to small animals, right? For example, new smaller plant in the previous paragraph provided an ideal habitat for some smaller animals like rabbits and hare to live. And I'm going to put this into one sentence. And this, which means how smaller plants provided ideal habitat for smaller animals to actually live. This fact also helped some predators that depend on these small animals to live as well. So predator, on top of that, were able to live by, having more small animals that they need to live. So that's done. Okay. So therefore, I'm going to say some food chains actually improved, right? Therefore, certain food chains became stronger after the fire. So my main idea, too detailed, complete in the listening section. Sorry. So my main idea and detail 1, detail 2, complete in listening passage. Okay. And I'm going to have a bridge sentence, right? This argues against the reading's claim that. So after that is describing what is the reading's claim. So I can summarize the reading after that. Okay. So this, what I mentioned so far, argues against the reading's claim that. So reading's claim is the park wildlife was also damaged by the fire. Okay, so damages to wildlife. Because large animal fled, small animals were trapped, and the habitat and food chains are all destroyed because of the fire. So damages to wildlife, right? So how I'm going to reduce this in one sentence or two? Park's wildlife was also damaged by the fire as some animals were trapped and others that escaped would not be able to return, right? Because destroyed habitat and food chain. So if you wanted to write a little bit longer, you could say, I would not be able to return due to destroyed habitat and food chain. Okay, if you want to write 4 more words, okay, but that's fine. Last one. So listening first, finally, the lecture claims that fires like 1988 Yellowstone will not happen every year to cause problems for tourism or cause problems for local economy or negatively affect local economy, okay? Or to cause reduced value as tourist attraction, whatever, it's the same contents, okay? So I wrote this sentence based on it will not happen every year. The fire like Yellowstone 1988 fire will not happen every year to negatively affect the local economy, right? So my sentence is, finally, the lecture claims fires like 1988 Yellowstone fire will not happen every year to cause problems for tourism, okay? And I need to write, it happened, this massive fire in 1988 happened under very unusual factors, but it hasn't occurred since then. So this massive fire happened under very unusual combination of factors during that year only, 1988, which has not happened since. So such a fire, so fire like 1988, huge fire, has not happened, okay? So that's done. So just this part. Okay. As a result, tourists came back from year after the fire. So came back from 1989 and every year after that. So don't worry. Local economy is fine, right? Okay, visitors has come back from a year after the fire from 1989 and each year after that. Yeah, perfect. Very excited. So LC, I've got a main idea. I've got a detail 1. I've got a detail 2. So my summarization is complete. Okay, perfect. So I've got a bridge expression to move. See how I change my words a little bit every sentence, every paragraph. Okay. So this opposes the readings claim that, so that's template, and I can just summarize the reading part. Okay, so my reading part was, the fire decreased the value as a tourist attraction and causes negative consequences to local economy. As tourists stayed away, local business suffered, right? I mean, as a summary, like, the topic sentence should be enough to get the full mark in this question because it's so self-explanatory, okay? Like decreased value as tourist attraction means, people did not come as a tourist. And negative consequences for local economy means, nobody could earn enough money from the tourists, right? Okay, so topic sentence alone may be fine here, okay, because it's so self-explanatory, it's obvious, right? The fire decreased the park's value as tourist attraction and damaged local economy, so I went word for word. Because reduced number of visitors, tourists decide to stay away. I paraphrased a little bit. Negatively affected local businesses. Okay, so that's how I paraphrase this part. Yeah, there you have it. So how did you find it? Hard? Easy? If you had patience, I don't know whether you find it fun or okay or a little bit boring. I hope it was okay or fun. I try my best. But, if you kind of spend the time to really watch the video and try to understand and do all the exercise as same as I have shown you, then I'm sure, you have understand the basics and how to, of course, you have to practice to, improve your skills and ability to get the full score, to get the perfect score, but at least a blueprint of how to write integrated writing. I like to hope that this video would really help you and, pretty much, completely help you in explaining to you how to write integrated writing section of the TOEFL test. Okay, so that was my goal for today's video. I may do it the same detail or speed up a little bit in other videos or next videos and show you different things and maybe show you a demonstration how to do 3 minutes summary. But there you go. So yeah, I like to think that this was a complete guide on how to write integrated writing essay and get the perfect score. So thank you for watching till the end. I hope it was helpful. That's what I'm here for. And I'll see you again in my next video. Until next time, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Bye for now. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL Show. This is episode 37 of the TOEFL Show. Today, we have a great show ready for you. We are covering TOEFL writing question 2. the very last question of the TOEFL test, TOEFL writing section, question 2, writing for an academic discussion, complete lesson, complete guide. So I will go through this question sentence by sentence, word for word, break it down, and I'll teach you how to write this question, how to write the answers for this question perfectly and get the perfect score every single time. All right, so let's get started. So as you can see on the screen here, this is the screen you get for TOEFL writing question 2. So we'll go through each and every word, but basically, in a nutshell, it has left side and right side. And left side, there is a direction, okay? Each and every time, the question is going to tell you, this is what you need to do to score well. This is what you need to accomplish to complete this task. And on the bottom, on the left-hand side, it's a prompt from the professor, teacher of the class, but basically, this part is just professor giving us the actual question that we need to complete. That's on the left-hand side, direction and actual question. And since this is discussion, thankfully, fortunately, and very, very interestingly, they are not just giving us the question, okay, complete this. Actually, we get some bonus on the right side of the screen. We get the answers of the question given to us by the professor. We get 2 answers from 2 other students. So, you know, obviously more information, better it is for us. We may not use it, but we may use it, or it could become a big hint for us. Who knows? Okay, it's better to have some information than nothing. Usually, I feel. So we'll look at this right side of the screen as well, and we'll have a read what Claire and Andrew have said about the question and see, you know, what kind of skills, strategy we can use to use this information. All right. So this is a screen you get. Okay, direction and the question, and 2 answers from 2 other students. And as soon as you get this screen, your time limit of 10 minutes starts. And bottom of the screen here, if you go to the TOEFL test, there will be cursor here, so you can type in the answer immediately if you wish. Okay, and there will be a stopwatch right here, giving you 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, so let's first read the direction, then the question, so we know what we have to do. It says, your professor is teaching a class on education, so it's always the same every single time, so we shouldn't waste our time reading these sentences each and every time. We should learn it now, kind of memorize, and only word it is any benefit to us is this one word here. Okay, so we can kind of just quickly look at it. Okay, so the subject, the question will come out of will be education. All right, so you know, we will read this one time and we will analyze and really understand what we need to do. But after watching this video, when you actually take the test, you shouldn't waste your time reading these sentences. Obviously not. Just look at this one word to, you know, get your mind kind of set. Okay, I'm going to get the question about education. All right. So write a post, do the writing, responding to the professor's question. So professor will give you a question and answer it by writing. In your response, you should. This is our mission to get the perfect score. We need to satisfy these two criteria to complete this task well and get the score we want, ideally perfect score, right? So first criteria, express and support your opinion. Very obvious, okay? So, your opinion will be the answer to the question. So show that clearly show what is your opinion as your answer, and support it, meaning don't just give us one sentence answer. This is my opinion. I believe this. Full stop. You're not going to get a good score. You need to support it, meaning you have to develop your thesis further. So the simplest way to do this always is what, why, how. Okay? So what would be our answer? And we can put in some reasons why we feel that way. And then if we want to elaborate even longer, then we can, think of how to support why. Okay, I'll show you exactly how you can write something perfectly every single time. Definitely for TOEFL writing question 2 as well. All right, so first criteria, easy enough. Show your opinion as your answer and support it. So it's what, why, how. So support it so it sounds logical and maybe persuasive. Okay. Second point, make a contribution to the discussion. Okay. A bit like what you would read in rubric for scoring. Okay. Quite sophisticated, very, very technical. Let's really understand this sentence. Okay. So first, we will define what this means. What does this mean? And then through this video today, through this complete lesson, I'll show you how to achieve this. Okay? So make a contribution to the discussion. What is the discussion? Discussion is the question given by the professor and two answers that two other students have already provided. That's a discussion. Discussion is going on. And if this was a real discussion board, then you are adding your answer as an additional part of a discussion. This discussion board is getting longer with your answer. So there is a question, same question to everyone. And discussion is taking place between Claire and Andrew already. And whoever you are is providing your answer in full to make this discussion longer. All right. So what does it mean by contribution and make a contribution? Okay, let's define this first. If you are making a contribution, then means you are adding something. That's making a contribution, usually adding additional value. So let me explain to you this by giving you like analogous example. Okay, so if there is like a fund, pool of money, okay, financial fund, investment fund, and if someone say you are making a contribution to the fund, then basically you are adding your money into this investment fund. That's making a contribution. So you are adding something. You are adding value to something that is in existence. Okay? Or let me give you another example to clarify. Let's say you made a real contribution to a basketball game as a player for your team. Or your coach said, great job, well played. You made a great contribution today. Okay? Then if you made a contribution to the basketball game for your team, then you went to the court as a player and you played really hard. You added something, Maybe you scored some points. that's making a contribution, adding value. Or you play defense really hard and you stopped the opposition team from scoring, 3, 4, 5 times. Then you made a contribution to this team in this game. Well done. That's making a contribution. You are adding something valuable to something that is in existence right now. So for this writing task, there is discussion already taking place. Question is given, and 2 students have contributed, started this discussion by giving their own answer. So this is discussion in existence, and your answer should be making contribution to this discussion. 1 question and 2 answers. So you could do this in many different ways, but in a nutshell, in short, you need to add your own original, additional contents that is above and beyond, in addition to what is already given by Claire and Andrew. So now we understand completely. So how to do this? Let's discuss how not to do, what not to do. So you cannot copy exactly the same contents and write the same contents as your answer, or you are not adding any additional detail or additional reason, different contents, but you're just paraphrasing exactly what Claire and or Andrew said. And pretty much if you just copy and paste these 2 students' answer, even if it's paraphrased, if you basically copy and pasted these 2 students' contents and create your answer, then you are not making contribution. Yeah, you just copy and paste. Okay, so basically making a contribution to the discussion here means you are adding more contents, different views, different reason. Or if you kind of already using partially the reasons Claire and Andrew have mentioned, then you should give additional detail. You should elaborate the same reason more in depth or more widely, right? You have to add your own contents to the same question. Obviously, you have to answer the question. You have to be on the topic. If you are off topic, there will be huge deduction. You have to answer the question. So it should be related to the question, connected, but you can't just use what other students have said already. You should do more than that. You need to have your own contents. As soon as you have related, connected, more contents above and beyond this information, answering the same question, then you are making a contribution to the decision. Okay? So this is how you might read. Okay, when you read this, because everything is investment, we only have 10 minutes. So when we're reading this, we are using our valuable time because, the time we have to complete our writing to get score will be shortened. So, whenever we spend time reading, it must have a purpose. So to make a contribution to the discussion, when we read this, ideally, you might want to agree or disagree, get some motivation and inspiration to create additional contents about this same question, right? So you agree with this reason so much that you want to use this reason, but you want to elaborate and explain it in much more in detail, or you want to give your own additional example to create more contents about the same reason. Or you agree with it so much that as you read, it kind of helped you. This information gave you a hint to create your own reason, all right? Or you really may not like this information. As you read it, you really strongly disagree, so that you can think of some opposite or different reason. That could be another way to read this information. That could be meeting your purpose and objective. All right. So let's actually read and give you a demonstration, and let's work together. So now we clarified what we have to do. We have to do these two things to get the perfect score. We must express and support our opinion. Yeah. Make contribution to the discussion. Got it. Effective response will contain at least 100 words, so you should not write less than 100 words. But if you follow my strategy, my lesson, your answer will always be, if it's really short, sort of 120, 130 words, around there. And if it gets longer, whether you intend it or not, it will end up around 150 words or slightly longer. So, trust me and just follow my lesson, then you will be fine in word count. All right. So that's a direction. We understood. And every question, there will be a professor giving us a background and actual question we have to answer. This week, we analyzed an aspect of current education system, All right, so we've been analyzing, studying different aspects, perspective, values of education system. Okay, what kind of education system? I'm curious. One type of school system we discussed, okay, here we go, was a boarding school. We know boarding school, school that has a residence, that you need to live in school. You don't go home every day, right? Live in school, that's boarding school, right? Which, as the name suggests, is a type of school where students live at their school during the school year. Exactly what I said. Some boarding school let you go home during the weekend, I think, every weekend. But other boarding school, as you have seen in the movies and drama series, like you have to live at the school for the whole semester. And when semester is finished, you go home only when vacation starts, right? Okay, so got it. So here comes a question, guys. So let's concentrate. This is actual question. I would like you to discuss which one is better. Whether you consider boarding school one type of education system, one type of school, boarding school, beneficial for students' education. So whether boarding school is beneficial or more beneficial for most of the students, or some other school system different to boarding school, okay? Or whether you think day school is just a normal school, okay, regular school that you go to the school each and every day, every morning. Let's say, typical middle school or high school or elementary school, even, not always, but sometimes, most of the times, school starts first class around 9 a.m., let's say, and last class finish, 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. or 3:30, something like that. And when the school is over, then you get out of the school. You go somewhere else, you go home. So that's a day schools, okay? So which is better, do you think? Not what you prefer, which is a better school system, generally speaking, for more students? That's the question. That's a sharp comprehension of this question, where students do not live at the school are better for most students. Okay, so if you are kind of education minister, or if you want to make advice for general cases for more students, majority of the students in society, if you have to make a decision to tell them which type of school, which type of education system is better for students, more beneficial for student education, boarding school or day school. Okay, so we need to make the statement. We need to answer. Okay, we need to say, in my opinion, I believe day schools are better and more beneficial to the students than boarding school. I think boarding school is a better school system that benefits more students than day schools. Okay, and typically you don't have to, but you could say like second or first reason is that, or if you give two reasons, and if you kind of support each reason a little bit to elaborate, to make it logical and kind of develop your argument, then there will be the perfect way to complete this answer. So that's done. And make a contribution to the discussion. Okay, so we haven't read really, like this is how we would read when we read. That's what I said. So let's actually read and see what kind of hint we can get out of it, how we should read. Okay, I would have loved to have attended a boarding school. So for Claire, it's very clear that she prefers boarding school. I think she thinks attending boarding school is a good idea. Okay, let's see the logic of that argument. I feel like boarding schools would have helped me, help her, or help many students establish strict daily routine. That's a good thing. You become more disciplined person, right? You don't become lazy. You become busy and diligent, earnest student, hardworking student, right? Help her become more disciplined. So first reason is she think attending boarding school is good idea for students. If it was her, she would think that it would help her become more disciplined person, okay, by following strict schedule by the school. Okay, that's the first argument. Okay, there's another reason. So you could say, yeah, this is great. Many students, the crucial problems for many students is that students may get lazy. They don't really study hard. But this is a solution to that problem. So you might say, oh, this is a great reason. Okay. Or you might think that this is really bad reason, or you may not like the idea of boarding school in the first place. Then by reading this, you can kind of solidify, yeah, this is exactly why boarding school is not a good idea. I think students should have more freedom to do whatever they want, or they should practice making their own decision. They should set their own schedule and follow it to be ready to become more independent person as an adult in the future. But if you go to boarding school and you just follow the schedule, then you are losing your opportunity to practice making your own decision or becoming more independent person. Okay, that kind of idea may come into your head by reading this sentence, hopefully. Okay. Also, there is another reason. Being in a boarding school means that you are with friends and classmates around the clock all the time, long time, because you live with them, right? And I would have loved such an opportunity. So there's a lack of how here. Okay, there is why. So that's our opportunity. So we could infer and kind of finish the sentences for her that, you can build lifelong friendship with the people you go to school with. You can have fun together after school. You can study together, make a study group, and you can play sports together as a team. So you can have a great time and more intense relationship, better and in-depth relationship with this group of people that you go to school with. Something like that. That's what she's saying. Okay, so you might say, yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a great reason. I want to use that reason. And yeah, I want to choose the boarding school like Claire, but I want to contribute. So I want to think of slightly different reason. Let me think of at least like one more reason of my own. You could do that. Or this sentence might really motivate you to disagree with Claire. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly why I do not like the idea of boarding school. Like you spend all the time with your classmates. So what? That means you're losing opportunity to meet many different people outside of school. So you won't have many different friendship in your neighborhood outside of the school. You will only have friends from school. I don't think that's a good thing. You should meet many different types of people and gain many different experiences. That is more beneficial to students' education. You might think that by reading this, hopefully. Or you might think, this is terrible. You should spend more time with family as a student, especially if you're a young kid, or even you grown up in your teenage years before you hopefully move out of home one day after 18 years old. You should spend more time with your family, get some support, mental support, moral support from your family, mom and dad, build some memories with your siblings. But if you go to boarding school, yeah, you spend all the time with the classmates, but that's about it. You have to sacrifice a lot of time you could spend with family members, and I think that's a horrible idea. And not only you can disagree with boarding school, but you could use that reason you thought of right now by reading Claire's reasons. Okay, so this is how you do it, and this is how you should get some hint by reading this information to your advantage. Okay? How about Andrew? Personally, I do not support the boarding school. There you go. So Andrew probably supports day school. Why? As I believe it can lead to many psychological problems. Wow, he's oversimplifying or overgeneralizing. Andrew is quite extreme. It's he's just making clear statement. It's super negative. This kind of seriously bad things can happen to some students. Okay, all right. How? In fact, I have heard, so it's just a story. Obviously not to every student, but only some student, right? What is referred to as a boarding school syndrome. So you have some kind of psychological disease, okay? You get boarding school syndrome. How do you get it? What is it? Which in simple terms suggests that some student who attend boarding school at very young age, yeah, we can see how this is going, maybe they are not getting enough love and support from their parents, which is very important and beneficial for them. and they may lack this emotional satisfaction from their family, right? So let's be extreme, because I'm not saying this is a good argument or bad argument, but certainly this is very extreme argument, almost like slightly oversimplified or overgeneralized. It's a very strong and extreme argument. So let's make it extreme for us to understand. So let's say some students attend boarding school from like kindergarten or grade 1, okay, right? As young as they get. Then they can have long-term emotional and behavioral challenges. May not, but at least like we can understand, we can make some inference, okay? Because if they're so young, especially, then, and if they don't see their moms and dads for 3 to 6 months at a time, then we can infer why and how some young kids may get this kind of long-term emotional problems, okay? That he's calling it boarding school syndrome, and he's calling it developing psychological problems, okay? You don't have to agree or disagree with Andrew, but it's beneficial for us to at least clearly understand what he's saying. So we understood what he's saying, okay? So why take that risk? Why trying boarding school when this may happen to some student? Why take the risk if most students have another option? Be safe. Just go to day schools and avoid potential of developing psychological problems like boarding school syndrome altogether, especially if you're really young. Just don't try. Just be safe. Go to day school, and you will not potentially have this problem at all. Okay? Don't take that risk. That's his argument. So, as you're reading it, yeah, definitely. Young kids, I cannot imagine, living in a boarding school like 1 month at a time, away from my mom at 5 years old. That would be horrible for me. You could kind of, this information might help you to, decide, I'm going to go for day school, because day school have many advantages, but boarding school have many disadvantages. So in my reasoning, when I develop my argument, if I decide day school, for example, when I developing it, supporting it, I can tell some advantages of day school and support it, but also I can say some disadvantage of boarding school and support it and say, so I think day school is better because boarding school has this drawback, right? So, okay, this is how you should read as an example. I mean, everyone may get different hints, different reason, different inspiration as you read, but the purpose of investing time reading this student's answer is that it should kind of give you some hint or give you some help. Otherwise, why waste time, right? Okay, right. So personally, you don't have to. I have made a decision that I want to answer this question by saying, I think for most students in general, attending day school would be more beneficial for student education than attending boarding school. That would be my answer. So at least I've decided, okay? And so next step, obviously we put this screen on left, and I'm going to create another small screen that I can write on, and then I will plan and develop our writing answer before we type it away, okay? But before we do that, I want to discuss something very interesting, fun, but very, very, very important and significant, okay? So when you analyze, as we have done, when you analyze this question, TOEFL writing question 2, so the actual question is, okay, whether day school or boarding school would be more beneficial for students' education. Okay, explain why you think so. That's a question, right? Is this question fundamentally very similar or almost the same as one other question we have already learned in TOEFL test? Like, is there any other question you feel, you know what, James, actually, after you analyzing it in such a detail, I realized this question is like essentially same as this other question in TOEFL. Do you have that? Have a think. Give yourself like 5 to 10 seconds. It will hit you. Did you get it? Which one? Exactly. Fundamentally, intrinsically, this question is pretty much the same. I shouldn't say the same. Very similar to question 1 in speaking. It is. It's the same question, especially when it is closed question, because question 1 in speaking section is closed question as well. They don't ask you open question. Okay, so it's just slightly easier for us. Okay, it's almost the same question. It's very similar. And you know what? If you have been watching my video and studying hard with my using my material, even the length of words, right? All the model answer, perfect answer script that I have given you in my video for question 1, speaking 1, the word count happened to be around 120 to 150 words most of the time. Even the perfect length of the answer is and should be the same between 2 questions. Question 1 in speaking and question 2 in writing. Okay, it's pretty much similar questions. Why am I mentioning this? Why am I mentioning this? Obviously, it's helpful, beneficial for you. It must be, something that is useful for you to do this question. That must be the reason I'm making this point. Why do you think I'm making this point? Have a think about it, 5 seconds. Really intriguing thought. Okay, so if you actually write this just like answering question 1 in speaking section, you will do it really well. In fact, you will do it perfectly every time and get the perfect score. All right, so let's look at the criteria. So let's say you saw, because you're very confident, you know what? In speaking section, question 1 was a lot harder for me than TOEFL writing question 2, although it's a very similar question, because I only had like 15 seconds to prepare, which was impossible, but I have done it through this video. I know how to do it. I know how to practice it. And it was a lot more difficult challenge than this question. I mean, I came up with 2 reasons in 15 seconds, and I just spoke the full answer in 45 seconds. I've done that. And compared to that, this is piece of cake. This is a chewing gum. It's a lot easier. I have a lot more time. I got 10 minutes. I mean, I've done this in 15 seconds and 45 seconds. I can certainly do this. That's the attitude you should have. Okay? right? To help yourself. You earn it. You deserve it. Okay? And if you answer this question just like answering question one speaking, first criteria, perfectly done. And you might ask, hey, James, but this question is different because it said make a contribution to the existing discussion. The discussion, but question one in speaking, there is no discussion. So you just do the first criteria, you get the perfect score. But you're wrong, James, because in TOEFL writing question 2, you have to do this. So if you answering perfectly like question 1 in speaking session, you won't be able to accomplish the second point. It's different. You have to mention about the discussion, right? Have a think about this. 5 to 10 seconds. Have a think. Exactly, right? If you, like hypothetically, you didn't read, you should, because it's given to you. You should use all the help, hint. But let's say hypothetically, you didn't read a word of Claire's answer and Andrew's answer. You just felt that it's like distracting me, it's confusing me, it's not helping me. Let's assume, right? And then you just solved it perfectly like question 1 speaking section question, right? But as long as you had 2 original reasons of your own, the reasons that you created, plus you explained it, you explained those 2 reasons with your explanation or example. If you have done what, why, how perfectly, just like perfect answer 4, question 1 in speaking section, have we accomplished this or not? Have we accomplished this criteria or not? Of course we have. Okay? Right? By giving that answer, we are answering the question, we are not off topic, and we are adding content. We are adding value to this existing discussion. So it's a choice. It's an option you have. You don't have to mention, like Claire said, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah was mentioned by Andrew. You can, but listen up. This is really important. You can use that kind of strategy, but you don't have to. It's not a must. It's not. You don't have to. You're understanding me, right? There's a light bulb in your brain now, right? It's super clear, right? So by giving your original creative 2 reasons and backing up logically with explanation or example, you are already perfectly making contribution to the discussion already. So all you have to do is make a contribution to the discussion. It didn't say, mention the benefits or drawback of students' discussion on the passage. It doesn't say that. As long as you make a contribution to the discussion, then you get the full score. Okay? It's logically correct. I also made a clear question to ETS and got the answers. And not only that, I field tested, of course. I took the test, and many of my students have taken the test solving this question, okay, many times, and got the perfect answer. And some of them just solved it like question 1 in speaking section. They, in their answer, some of them who got the perfect score did not bother mentioning like Claire said that, Andrew said that, and all of them still got the perfect score. So this is proven. And it makes sense logically. Have a think about it. Okay? So as long as you make a contribution to the discussion, then you're fine. So you have 2 options now. Okay? If you're very focused to the question, your head is very clear, then you read it just to see whether you can get some help, but you don't have to mention anything about Claire or Andrew. You can, but you don't have to. That's not a must. Okay? All right? And I would personally try to just do it like solving question 1 in speaking, because we have successfully done so already. And then technically, as I will show you in different model answer that I will create for you, that, technically I might add one sentence here and one sentence there, but most of the time, our answers will be so clear, direct, solid, and persuasive that we would not have to worry if we just try to solve it, just like question 1 in speaking section. Okay? All right? You can see the value of me telling you this, right? There is a clear purpose and objective why I'm trying to persuade you and tell you this information, that this question fundamentally is pretty much the same or very, very similar to question 1 in speaking section. Therefore, the strategy, how to tackle this question, can be done by pretty much exactly the same strategy that you utilize to answer question 1 in speaking section. If you are at the level where you are giving the perfect answer in question 1 in speaking section already. And also, you can kind of use this question to study speaking question 1 if you want to. And also, if you are practicing writing the full script now, around 150 words or around 120 words for your speaking question 1, then you are not wasting your time. Every time you're writing your own script and memorizing it, you are doing a huge practice for TOEFL writing question 2. Okay? All right. So I'll put up a new screen. Let's plan our answer together. So let's make some note-taking to plan, which means develop our full answer in notes and then write the full answer, okay, in writing. All right? Let's go, guys. All right. Let's continue. Let's look at the question on the left-hand side, and let's brainstorm. Let's make notes, plan, and develop our essay on the right side of the screen. Let's do it together. So let's revisit the question. So question is basically asking whether boarding school or day school, which one, in your opinion, is better for most students in society, right? Okay, more beneficial for more students. Okay, so I have decided day school, so I'm going to go for that. And to be honest, I kind of thought of my own reason without or before reading Andrew's or Claire's discussion. But I kind of got some hint directly and indirectly, as I have shown you when I was reading those students' answers, right? So my reasons are pretty clear. First, I think, students who go to day school have more freedom to do whatever they want and need. So in other words, they can choose and decide whatever that is more beneficial for them to do after school every day. So it's a better education system. It's more beneficial and it's more flexible, So you can do anything and everything that is more beneficial for you after school is over, you know. You might join the sports club and play some sports on some days, right? For your health, for your leisure, for your hobby. Or you could decide to just kind of have fun with friends, just hang out someday. Not all the time, but you can decide. Or you can even like really try to put your head down and do some intensive studies some days, okay? Sometimes. You can even decide to go to some academies for, you know, more chemistry tuition lessons or English lessons, whatever, economics, whatever. And this is all up to you. It's up to students to decide. And they can get benefit from that. But if you go to boarding school, you cannot get out. So you cannot go to academies. There's a lot more restriction. Okay. And considering word count, we don't even have time. We don't even need to like state the both sides. All right. Okay. If we are going to use 2 reasons. So this will be more than enough, you know, about 60 words per reason, something like that. Okay. We don't need a fancy introduction either. We can just say, in my opinion, I think day school is more beneficial for students' education for most students. That's a perfect introduction. This is not an essay. This is not a formal writing at all. It's writing a post on internet, on the board. So it's very informal. It's almost like writing comments on internet blog. It's that level of formality. Okay. It's like more than 100 words. It's super short. Okay. And another reason I had was I thought spending all the time in the world with your classmates, but nobody else, I think this was really minus. So this might have come from my head originally without reading Claire. I don't know. Or maybe reading Claire's reason may have helped me. Oh, wait a minute. When can you spend time with your family? You know, that may have helped me. Okay. So this is a strategy you should use. If it's really clear, if you have 2 reasons, just write it down really quickly, like preparing speaking. I mean, you have already done it successfully within even 15 seconds. So, you know, you have ample time. You can use 1 or 2 or even longer, 2 minutes to think of idea and develop it like this. And I'm going to talk to you about time shortly, which is very, very, very important. Okay. And second reason I thought of, day school is better to spend more time with family. Certainly that's beneficial. And to, you know, build more deep and better in-depth relationship with family. Okay. And, you know, we don't have time. Word limit is so short, but, you know, if you want to develop it, you can develop like, you know, after your high school, after 18 years old, you become independent and you might go to university, college. You might do different things, get a job. You might move out, get a place of your own. So, you know, you won't have as much time to kind of develop relationship with your family members. So, you know, it's much more beneficial to do it when you are in school and when you're still young, especially, you know, before you turn 18. Okay, but probably you won't have time or you don't need to write that information. Okay, and the major argument here, development, natural flow, is like if you want to build relationship with anyone, you need to spend some time, right? Like you need some time to get to know each other, have fun, have conversation, do things together, right? To build relationship. And also another hint I might have had from Andrew's answer is when you read all that negative things about emotional problem, if you go to boarding school from really early age. Okay, so when you, especially if you're young or when you're a student, you might say something like, you should and you would want, or it's important to get some emotional, mental, and moral support from your own parents, own family. All right. When you're a student, when you're young, when you're teenagers, right? It's important, but simply you just don't have time to get that. You are not physically with your parents at all. You're away from your family, right? So that could finish your paragraph easily, right? And if you write like this, it could even be expanded to around 200 words, easily 150 words. Even if you successfully shorten it so perfectly, then it will be easily around or longer than 120 words. It's not a matter of making it longer, like because you have to. You won't have that problem at all. Okay, you'll be easily over 100 words, and the challenge might be, oh, I'm writing too much. I need to shorten it, right? What, why, how, guys? What, why, how? That will take care of your answer. What, why, how? Perfect strategy, perfect structure, leads to perfect content every single time. Okay? I might write one video just explaining to you what, why, how, maybe, because what, why, how will take care of all your speaking and writing answers, structure, and development. That is it. You don't need any more than that, because that is logical structure of thinking, speaking, writing. Okay? If you think about all the nonfiction reading you do, whether it's books, newspaper, or article, like literature, sometimes it may not be written what, why, how, because, literature is kind of an art. The writer can do whatever they want. Okay, they don't have to always write logically. But if you think about academic textbooks, nonfiction books, all the articles from newspaper, all the writing in the world, nonfiction, that needs to be logical, and all the speeches in the world that need to be developed logically are structured in what, why, how. This is a real secret that everybody knows, that you know. What, why, how is the answer of all your writing, all your speaking structure. All you need to do is use it and get used to it and master it. That's all you need to do. Okay? IELTS question 2 writing, same. It's what, why, how, of course. Okay? TOEFL question 2 before the changes used to be what, why, how. Just like IELTS question 2. Okay? Same. All right. So let me talk about the time. And because this is a complete lesson, I could kind of show you the demonstration as I type each sentence, just making a full sentence out of these notes. I could do that, but for today's lesson, the purpose of complete lesson video, I'll just bring up the full answer that is already typed up, and then I'll read through and we'll just match it together. Okay? And maybe next time or some other video, no doubt, I promise, I'll show you a live demonstration of how I write, okay, based on the notes, but not today, okay? So before I pull up the script and we read through it and match it with our notes, all right? I want to briefly talk about the time you should take to finish this task, okay? One thing I want to talk about, okay, that I hope you will relate with really well, even in your first language. If English is not your native language, you have first language, and if you are studying English as a second language, okay, writer's block. What is writer's block? When you write, obviously writing is most advanced form of language, right? Okay, so listening, speaking is more sort of natural, barbaric kind of form, okay? And then, when human civilization created words, writing, then you read somebody else's writing, or actually your language level improves, so you write as well for somebody else to read. So writing is advanced, okay? And when you write, sometimes if you feel that you don't have content or you don't have an input, you don't know what to write or what to write about, you get stopped. Okay, even professors or even people doing PhD, sometimes they waste 2, 3, 4, 5 years extra because they experience this horrible thing called writer's block. Even in your first language, sometimes, if you get writer's block, it's really terrible. It's all over. Okay, your brain, your head just get wiped out, and you feel like, I don't know what to write about. I don't have any materials to write. Okay, so when you writing, I hope this will really help you. Actually, in all honesty, I know this will help you, okay? So please listen to me carefully, okay? When you write, it's very important you spend more time, plan, and develop all the contents, all the input in your head, almost like you have written it once already in full, and you know exactly what to write. You have all the contents planned and developed, like we did together. And writing is almost like just a mechanical activity. Okay, you are not really thinking as you write. It is already in here, and you are just spitting it out by typing the keyboard. It's only mechanical. Only then you will not experience writer's block. And especially if this is your second language, forget about it. If your plan is not complete, if you have not developed your writing, you don't know exactly what to write in your head, all the material, all the words and sentences, then you will be stopped. So don't make this mistake. This is really important. Don't make this mistake. Get your contents already finished completely in your head and then type. Please don't type as you think of an answer. That's a recipe for disaster. And when you actually get the writer's block, it's very hard to get out of it in a short period of time. So in TOEFL test, if you get stopped because of writer's block, you might struggle 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. Okay, that's horrible. It's a really terrible thing that could happen to you in TOEFL test. So let's not experience that. Let's avoid that. It's a very simple way to avoid this. All you have to do is, as I have shown you, plan and developed your writing answer to completion. So when you start writing, you are just doing the mechanical exercise. You know exactly what to write and what to write about. You have all the contents and development in your head. Then it'll be fine. So please don't make that mistake, because a lot of students and a lot of instructors, tutors, teachers kind of give a wrong advice because they want to help you guys. And this question has a time limit of 10 minutes. So they give you advice like, read it quickly, plan it quickly, make sure you have a plenty of time to write. So, you are not going to get timed out. You will finish everything you want to write in 10 minutes. So have as much time kept for you for your writing. I don't think that's a good advice. That's a recipe for disaster. I think you should use as much time as possible to plan it and develop it, and then write. Then you will use a lot less time at the end. Because when you write, it's going to be very simple. It'll be very quick. You cannot afford to write as you think. You will get slowed down. You will get stopped. Okay? So my suggestion, if you read everything in 1 minute, that would be tremendous. But let's be conservative. So obviously we don't read all the left side of the this prompt, just subject, and then we read the professor's prompt. Just quickly read the question, write it down in notes, and then read 2 students' answers and write it down like in a few words if we can, and do it as fast as possible, right? As quick as possible. So within 1 minute, it will be tremendous, but let's say we have to use within kind of 2 minutes to read. And you should be brave enough to invest at least 3 minutes or even 4. Okay? Planning, brainstorming, note-taking, and developing the answer to its full. Okay? As completely as possible. Okay? So I advise you to spend 4 to 6 minutes to read and plan and develop the essay as full as possible, right? And 120 words, 150 words, or 200 words, if you know what to write, you should be able to write within 2 minutes, okay? If you cannot write 150 words, like it's already in your head, and your typing speed, you cannot write that within 3 minutes, then it's not writing that is a problem. It's your typing speed. So you need to practice typing. Okay? All right? So we used to 4 to 6 minutes. All right? So we should be able to write in 3 to 4 minutes. Let's say 4 minutes. Okay? Okay? And we must have at least 1 minute or even 2 to check. Spell check, grammar check. Just read through within 1 minute. Okay, we were able to say the same length. We were able to speak the same length answer in 45 seconds. So you should be able to read your full answer in loud voice within 1 minute, no problem. Okay, so let's say you use 2 minutes reading all the passages, information, and then you use 4 minutes planning and developing, then that's 6. you need to type within 3 minutes to have 1 minute left, or read within 2 minutes, and you finish planning developing in 3 minutes, then you use 5 minutes. That's perfect. Okay, if you finish within 5 minutes, then you can spend 4 minutes. You won't need 4 minutes. Okay, you use around 3 to 4 minutes writing, then that's 8 to 9 minutes. So we'll have 1 or even 2 minutes to check. So this will be a perfect time management. So please don't be tempted to rush this part as quick as possible. So rush this within kind of 3 minutes. So I'm suggesting 5 to 6, right? Yeah, 5 would be perfect. 6 may be a little bit risky. You may get too nervous. Okay? So don't like rush these 2 steps in like 2 minutes and start writing as quick as possible. I'm sure you agree with me. That is a potentially recipe for disaster. Please don't do that. Okay? All right. So that's my advice. So we got perfect notes here, as far as I'm concerned, for 120 to 150 words, which is nothing. It's super short. And we don't need a fancy introduction either, right? And we'll put this notes on our left, and we'll see the final product, perfect answer, on the right side of the screen. We'll read through and then finish our class, finish our complete lesson for TOEFL writing question 2. All right, let's finish this off by going through the full final answer. That would be complete and sufficient enough to get the perfect score. Okay, so I put our note-taking plan and development on left-hand side, and I put up the final writing script on my right. Okay, so introduction, nothing fancy, just answer the question. In my opinion, day schools are better, so make it super clear so you cannot get any deduction. You have clearly answered the question. Make sure of it. Keep the basics solid, okay? So day schools are better for most students and more beneficial for student education than boarding schools, okay? So day schools are better, in my opinion, than boarding schools, okay? Express your opinion. Points, all right? First, students who attend, right here, okay? Students who attend day school have more freedom to decide what they want and need to do that is more beneficial. They can decide to do a variety of activities every day to benefit their life after school, okay? So first, students who attend day school have more freedom to choose what they can do after school each day to benefit their life. Topic sentence, okay? Why one? Let's develop this a little bit. Students could decide to play sports some days. Other days, they can hang out with their friends to have fun. Or some other days, they could even decide to go to academies to study chemistry or mathematics to improve their grades. It is, so paragraph's conclusion, make it more powerful. It is, so connect this sentence to the topic sentence, right? It is all up to each student make beneficial decisions each and every day to improve their own lives. But boarding school students cannot make this kind of decision. They cannot get out of school. So they cannot make any decision that require them to be outside of the school and do something, right? It's impossible. Perfect. Okay. Second reason, we brainstormed. Day school students have more time to spend with their family to develop better relationship with their family, and they can have their better experiences with their family because they can simply spend more time. If you attend boarding school, you don't have a choice. You cannot see them often enough. You lose opportunity to spend a lot of time with your family members. Okay? All right? So here we go. Where are we? Sorry. Second. Day school students have better opportunity to develop deeper relationship with their family members, right? So why? How? Day school students have opportunity to spend a lot of time with their family members every day, so they can have conversation, get some emotional support, get some advice, and have a lot of experiences, play together, you know, talk to each other, and okay, have lots of different experiences because you spending time with your family, right? That will help you develop deeper bond, right? However, boarding school students simply are not allowed, they are not able to spend a lot of time with their family members to, enjoy all these benefits because they won't see them often enough, sadly. Okay? So that's the answer, guys, right? In my opinion, day schools are better for most students and more beneficial for students' education than boarding schools for the following reasons. First, students who attend day schools have more freedom to choose what they can do after school each day to benefit themselves. Students could decide to play sports in club some days, hang out with their friends for some other time, or even go to academies to focus and study chemistry or mathematics to improve their grades. It is all up to each student to make decisions every day to benefit their own lives. But boarding school students cannot make these type of decisions. They have to stay at school. Second, day school students have better opportunities to develop deeper relationship with their families. Simply, they can spend more time with their family members. Day school students have opportunities to spend a lot of time with their family members to interact, receive support, and have a variety of experiences together to develop a deeper bond. However, boarding school students, unfortunately, sadly, will not be able to spend enough time with their family because they won't come home. They have to stay at school. Okay? So this came out to be about 160 to 170 words. So it was a little longer than we would have liked, but our strategy together, my strategy, will end up roughly around 150 words or a little bit longer than 150 words. So there you go. Perfect answer will score perfectly in TOEFL writing, question 2, closed question. So as I gave you a preview, because I want to give you like complete TOEFL program, like perfect program that have no stones left unturned. So I will make another video on teaching you how to write perfect essay, perfect answer for TOEFL writing question 2. But next time, I'm going to tackle on open questions. So there's only small difference. Everything else is the same. It's still TOEFL writing question 2. But if you think about it fundamentally, how to answer open question and how to answer closed questions are different. And if you think about it, TOEFL question 1 in speaking section is always closed question. Okay, years ago, when TOEFL speaking section had 6 questions, It used to be, before the changes, question 1 was an open question. It was like additional different question altogether. All right. So they get rid of TOEFL question 1. So it's better for you guys. So you do one question less and you only do closed question in TOEFL speaking section these days. So I thought there is definitely value in me helping you solve open question type in TOEFL writing question 2 as well, to give you a complete learning experience. I thought it was important for me to do that. So probably the next video, I will give you a complete lesson video, same format, but covering TOEFL writing question 2. But question type next time is going to be open question, but it's going to be a lot shorter video because I'm not going to repeat all the direction, how to fundamentally understand the TOEFL writing question 2, the direction part, and I'm not going to make any comparison to TOEFL speaking question 1 anymore because I'll be just repeating myself and the video will be unnecessarily long. So next video, it will be just tackling the question of TOEFL writing question 2, but next time it will be open questions. So definitely valuable, I think. So you must watch the next video to get like a complete lesson on TOEFL writing question 2, closed type of question and open type of question. So you get the whole learning experience. Okay. So I hope you tune in for my next video as I explain, and please subscribe my channel to support me. Keep making these videos for you guys. And if you found this video beneficial and if you feel that, yeah, I'm going to use some of the skills I learned in this video in answering question 2, TOEFL writing question 2, then please press the like button so more people can watch this video. Okay, thank you always for watching my video, and I'll see you in my next video. Thank you guys. Bye. Hello everyone, this is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL show. This is episode 38 of the TOEFL show. Today, following on from the previous episode, episode 37, I'm going to do a complete lesson one more time on the same question, which is TOEFL writing question 2, writing for an academic discussion. I'm going to give you one more lesson video on the same question because this time question type is a little bit different from the episode 37. So TOEFL writing question 2 can give you 2 different question type within the same question. So one could be closed question like last time, or one could be open question like we are doing it today. So as I promised to give you a complete lecture on each and every question type, I thought it's very valuable and it's necessary for you to make a separate video covering closed question type of TOEFL writing question 2 and open question type of TOEFL writing question 2 as well. Okay, so we are doing that today. So let's jump right in. So, same screen you see the format, as the last episode. So your professor is teaching a class on economics, so just cut that down. So I'm going to get a question based on economics subject. Write a post responding to the professor's question. So, answer this question, all right? And what do you have to do? What do you have to accomplish to get a real high score or good score or perfect score? What do you have to do? Express and support your opinion. Okay, so I have to show my subjective view that's answering the question. So express my opinion and support it. So this is going to be what, why, how development, obviously. Okay, so answer my question and support my argument, my opinion, meaning I can back it up with reason and further explain from third person's perspective, or provide an example to solidify my reasoning, right? Okay, that's easy enough. And make a contribution to the discussion. I have spent a lot of time, a good amount of time in the last video defining what this means, analyze what this means, and what do you have to do exactly to achieve this scoring criteria. Okay, make a contribution to the discussion. So please watch the previous video, episode 37. You must, okay, watch both. Don't just watch this episode, because this is only for the open question type. And the last question, because it was the first video covering this question type, TOEFL writing question 2, I have explained this in, like real detailed fashion. So please watch the video to understand what you have to do exactly. Okay. So I'll just mention again very briefly, if I can explain this in one sentence. In your answer, this is basically asking you to add your own contents. Okay, so you should have your own opinion to answer the question, plus your reasoning should be original and should be something additional in value, above and beyond what is already written here. In other words, you cannot just copy paste some wording and then kind of steal it and then just put it in as your answer. Then you will not be making enough contribution to the discussion, but you are just copying and pasting someone else's reasoning, someone else's idea. So you will not get such a high score. Okay. So this is not going to be a problem for us, as I explained in previous video. So we end up writing around 150 words or even longer. Or if it's really short, it will turn out to be like 120 or 130 words. But okay, our answer will be around 150 to 200 words typically. Okay. All right. So let's check the question. What is the question, Professor? Professor Hansen says, today, when people are asked about the most important discovery or invention made in the last 200 years, okay? So when people are asked about this question, people in general mention something very obvious, okay? Like computer or cell phone is their answer, okay? So if you ask many people, a lot of people say, yeah, computer, I think is the most important discovery or invention made in last 200 years. Or I think it's a cell phone. Mobile phone is the most important discovery or invention made in last 200 years for our civilization, okay? But there are thousands of other discoveries or inventions that have had a huge impact on how we live today. Of course, it's not just a computer and cell phone. There are so many things, okay? Like, that have changed our lifestyle, okay? Impacted our human civilization, not just the computer and cell phone. There must be so many things, okay? What scientific discovery or technological invention from last 200 years other than computers or cell phones? So you cannot mention computers or cell phone. Let's put them aside. So if you have to choose one, if you can choose like one thing that is important, okay, very important, that had a huge impact on how people live today, other than computer and cell phone, what can you choose? Okay, so this is completely open question. Okay, you cannot choose from the options here. They are not giving you any option. Okay, think of it by yourself and come up with the answer. Okay, we have to think of one discovery or invention made in the last 200 years that made a important role or had a big impact on how humans live today. I have to think of one. Just treating like speaking section question 1 like quick brainstorming, quick, smart, clever, simple, easy brainstorming. I can think of like internet. Obviously, internet goes hand to very related. You use internet by using the computer, but computers and internet are two totally different things. So internet is not computer, obviously. So I can say this. Or airplane, maybe. I don't memorize exactly what year airplane was invented, and also I'm talking about cargo airplane or civilian airplane that is pretty modern. So I'm pretty sure it's within 200 years, but wow, I'm ready. Okay. And we may or may not get some help from other students, but let's quickly read through. You never know, before we try, we may get some hint. Paul says, I'm thinking about medical progress as like very important invention or discovery. So what about it? Tell me more. Like, for example, when scientists discover things about healthy nutrition. Yeah. In the last 200 years, even last 10 years, okay? Last 50 years or whatever. Scientists, doctors, and researchers keep coming up with, this is good for us. We should eat this way. We should live this way. This kind of food has this kind of, benefit. So we should eat those, that kind of thing. I'm thinking of identifying, categorizing, learning, recognizing all the vitamins we need to stay healthy. The scientists discover, we need vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin B, and there are, several types of vitamin B, of course, and, other vitamins to stay healthy. What are they? And even how we can consume them, by, consuming some kind of foods or even supplements. Okay. So I'm not sure exactly when the vitamin discovery happened, exactly what year or date, you don't need to know. But Paul knows that, identifying like vitamins and, identifying, different vitamins that we need to stay healthy, that's very important, of course, because it contributes to better health. It made a contribution to our health, like here, like this questions criteria. Okay. So our health is much better shape than it was 200 years ago. I mean, it has many different factors. Our environment, got more comfortable, convenient, and also medical advancement in terms of surgery from doctors, that's also contributing, but certainly, identifying all these different vitamins that we need to stay healthy is one factor that made our health better than 200 years ago. And, obviously, we are living longer and stronger in a healthier way than 200 years ago, right? Why did I read Paul first? Okay, Kelly is on the top, right? So let's read Kelly's answer as well. We are so used to science and technology that we are not even aware of all the things we use in our daily lives. So Kelly is being quite creative, quite in-depth. So something that people are not exactly aware of. Tell me, I would probably choose space satellites. Wow. It's pretty specific and detailed, sophisticated even, okay? So satellite, watch TV, signals to our phones, internet, Wi-Fi, and obviously GPS, navigation, all that kind of things. Satellite plays a big role for us to use that, right? As you know. This technology happened in the last 100 years, okay? So that answers the question. And it has become important for so many things. Tell me, just think about navigation, GPS or telecommunication to make calls and do different things, internet and other signals, other communication signals, or even the military. Okay, all right. So yeah, let's assume we already kind of brainstorm. We are going to say internet or airplane because we are that smart. We came up with a quick answer in a simple way, very, very quickly, just like doing question 1 in speaking section. Let's say we have kind of brainstormed the answer very quickly already. Or if we haven't, okay? How much help, honestly, did you get from reading Kelly's answer, Kelly's comments, Kelly's post, or Paul's post? Have we got a lot of help or not? This is important to analyze. No, we didn't. We didn't get any help. And we're thinking like as far as actually we didn't even have to read it, right? Right? We don't need this information to develop our answer. And, you may feel that you almost kind of wasted your time, valuable time a little bit. So don't spend too much time unnecessarily reading other students' answer. Why do you think that is? Let's analyze. Let's do some critical thinking, okay? Why do you think that is? Because, yeah, you got it. Question type is an open question, okay? Right? When it's closed question, probably you need to choose one between two. Or if, let's say, it is divided to, something is positive or negative, then you can get a lot of help because, your answer might be slightly different or exactly same, from one of these two students. And because your answer is the same, or even if it's not the same, it will be same direction or opposite direction of these two students, you can actually get a lot of direct and indirect help and hint from the answer. You could use it, or you could apply from it, or you can make some inference, or you can develop more detailed explanation. But you cannot really do that fundamentally, if you think about it, when you face the open question. Why? Because the answers maybe most of the times completely different. It's almost like irrelevant. It's almost like off topic. It's almost like answering the different question. Okay? Like my answer, internet or airplane, may have like no coherence or relationship or connection to identifying vitamins or medical progress. It's like completely mutually exclusive answer, which means it has no relationship with each other. Okay? So how can we get help from something that is completely irrelevant, completely different, completely mutually exclusive? We cannot. So it's a big tip and very, very crucial strategy you should implement here. You should expect not to get a lot of help or hint when you read other students' answer. Okay? You may be curious, you may still want to read it, but read it quickly, and you may get some general ideas. If you're really smart, you may not, but don't expect to get a lot of hints from other students' answer when you are facing open question, unlike closed question. Okay. Plus, okay, maybe it's just simpler. Okay. Don't think it's more difficult. It's just different. We can just develop our own answer. That's it. So, it may become a simpler answer. Who knows, right? So now we got the solid answer. Okay, so just step by step, let's say what, why, how as a 3-step. Then first step we already accomplished. If we can just answer this question in one sentence, we can say, in my opinion, invention of internet is a very important invention made in the last 200 years that greatly impact people's life. Then that's a perfect answer. Okay, so we need to take this to step 2. We need to do some note taking. This is exactly what you need to do when you are at the test center. Okay, so we need to do note taking by plan our answer, structure our answer, and develop our answer to fullest, as complete as possible, to avoid facing writer's block, which I go into and mention in detail in my last video. So that's another reason why you should watch the last video as well, probably several times, I hope. Okay, so let's go to the next step and let's brainstorm. Let's make note-taking together. Let's plan and develop our answer together. Let's go, guys. Okay, guys, we're back with the different screen setup. So let's plan and develop our writing answers together perfectly. So I'm going to say internet. And first reason is that I'm going to say, so how much or what way it impacted our lives today. If I come up with 2 different ways that have changed our lives in really important, significant, beneficial way, and that would be good support, good reason and explanation for this answer, right? So I'll say it revolutionized the way we learn and get knowledge, acquire. I'm going to use this word. Okay. And, before internet, probably we needed to read a lot of books, research different books, different articles from different magazine, journal, search different university theses from big libraries, right? To gain a lot of knowledge and read newspaper and things like that. But, it totally revolutionized how we learn and how much information or knowledge we gain by using internet, because we have internet, if we just use our search engine, we have like all the information that is possible for us to acquire at our fingertips. Okay? As soon as we use the internet and search engine, right? So it totally revolutionized how we learn and how much knowledge we can get, or how we get the knowledge, how we get information, right? So we can just use the internet and use search engine and type in the keyword that we want to learn. Then, we get the countless, almost unlimited number of results, options that we can browse and look into to start learning about what we want to know, right? Okay. So use search engine and acquire anything and everything we want so quickly, maybe too much information, a lot of information immediately. All right. Obviously, both some good information, legitimate information, and some we get like fake news, fake knowledge, and bad information. That's how much we get. Like, maybe we get too much. That's another debate, right? Okay. So we can acquire a lot of any information or knowledge really quickly by using internet. Okay. All right. So second reason, it made our lives a lot more convenient and comfortable and easy. And, or you could say, you could do almost everything, like a lot of things by internet online. So it made it easier, faster, more convenient, and you don't have like a physical limitation when you want to do something anymore. Okay, you don't have to if you're a little tired, you don't want to physically move to the supermarket, you can shop online. Okay, if you don't have time, or department store to buy some clothes is very far away, just log in, use internet, and shop clothes you want at the department store, but online. Okay, or you could even work remotely. You don't have a physical limitation. You don't have to go to the office if you don't want to, if you're not allowed, if you don't have to, or even taking like a university classes, right? If you choose to. I'm not sure whether I recommend it or not, but if somebody wants to or need to, you can even, study university education and get a degree online by using internet. There is no like a physical limit in whatever you want to do. You can pretty much do a lot of things. I wouldn't say everything, but you can do a lot of things by using internet that makes your life more convenient, comfortable. Okay, and it eliminates like a physical limitation, right? You can do all of that as long as you can use internet. Okay, so how should I write? Okay, So by using internet, our lives become more comfortable, convenient. Okay. And we don't have physical limitation. On what we want to do. Or I might just stop here. Otherwise, it will just become too long. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Let's see. So, we can even like, online shopping. Okay. We don't even have to meet physically to see each other's face. We can make a video call. We can use Zoom, whatever. And to see each other's face. We can, work remotely, which may be saving a lot of time by not commuting. Okay. A lot more comfortable just doing it comfort of your own home, right? Or even take education, classes online. Okay, that's a lot of things we can say. So maybe I might just cut it here to make our answer a little shorter, clearer, and better, more effective answer, but in more efficient way. Okay. We don't want to make a overly complicated answer if we don't have to. Okay. All right, cool. So today is a complete lesson video. So I won't really give you like a demonstration, okay, which I will do in future videos, someday, right? Maybe next video or some other times. So, I'll type this up in like a complete answer format, and I'll put it up, and I'll compare it with with our notes, and then you can really observe and double check how our notes became the full sentences to complete the perfect answer. Okay. All right. Let's do the last step. Let's go, guys. All right, guys, let's finish this by looking at the full script model answer. Okay. In my opinion, you don't need a fancy introduction. It's just a post. This is not a formal essay. So don't waste your time and effort trying to write absurd formal like introduction. It's not required. You're just writing a post. Okay. In my opinion, other than computers and cell phones, the internet is, so directly answer the question so you don't accidentally lose any points. Okay. Answer the question directly. Other than computers and cell phone, the internet is one of the most important discoveries and invention made in the last 200 years that have significantly impacted our lives and continue to have a substantial, huge impact on people's lives, in my opinion. Okay, so directly expressed my opinion. Score. Let's support my answer. First, the internet revolutionized how people acquire knowledge and information. For example, so I'm going to use an example as an explanation. It's up to you. Do you remember how I lectured question 1 in speaking? We're going to use all the know-hows, all the skills and tips from there to write this post effectively, efficiently, as easy and simple as possible, but one will still score perfect score every single time. Okay, so you could just give a quick example as a type of explanation. All right, if it's easy for you. For example, when we type in what we want to know in the search engine, if we're using internet, we can get countless amount of information and knowledge instantaneously, like immediately, about the subject we want to learn about. This is how you get information and knowledge when using internet. It has revolutionized how you get knowledge, all right? Consequently, so therefore, people can gain knowledge and information easier and quicker by using the internet than before. Moreover, second reason, our lives have become a lot more convenient and comfortable by using the internet, as I have mentioned here. If you want to check the notes into the sentence, here you are. Okay, please reference it. Okay, how my notes become the full sentences. That's all you have to do, right? When you make the perfect notes, you structured it and developed it to its fullest, then you know the full sentence already in your head and you're just physically typing it, nothing more, okay? So this is where we want to become to get the perfect score within 10 minutes every single time we take this test, okay? So moreover, second, our lives has become a lot more convenient and comfortable by using the internet than ever before. So again, I'm going to use this trick for this question because, you know, it's very easy to make a short example to explain this reason. For example, we could do online shopping rather than physically visiting the stores to buy something, buy groceries. They even deliver to our door, right? So it's a lot easier, convenient, less effort. Work remotely online in some jobs, right? If you're allowed. So that allows you to not having to commute, okay? Without having to commute. And even take university courses online and get a full degree without ever going to the campus if you don't want to, okay? Courses online without physically visiting actual classrooms. As a result, so consequently, therefore, doing the same things online allows people to save time, enjoy convenience, and be more comfortable. Okay, so this is, obviously supporting my topic sentence here. So my answer is complete. It's coherent, it's structured well, it's developed perfectly. And the length, I think it's around 160 words, 164 words. So it's going to be natural length for us using our structure and our strategy. It's going to be a little bit longer than 150 words. I think usually if you write naturally, it will probably almost always end up in between 150 words to 200 words. And even if you wrote 200 words, there is no maximum word limit. So you are not going to get any deduction or, it's not going to penalize you anyway. I have written maybe more than 200 words sometimes when I took my test for the research purposes, and I had no problem getting the perfect full score, 30 out of 30 in writing section and also in this question. Okay, there you have it, guys. This is it. And, it's a comprehensive, complete lesson. I did it in two parts. So first, there is a lot more detail. It's like really complete. There is nothing more I can mention about this question type, TOEFL writing question 2, in my last episode 37. So please watch that first, or if you kind of stumble into this video first, well done. Thank you for that. That's fine. Go back and watch episode 37 also. It will make a lot of sense and you will be a lot more satisfied knowing that, yeah, I'm equipped, I'm ready, I completely learned this question type. So if I do some practice, then I know I can get better and I can improve my skills. I can improve my ability to get a very high score in TOEFL writing question 2. Okay, so there you have it. I hope to see you again in my next video. Thank you guys. Bye. For this task, you read a passage and then listen to a lecture about an academic topic. You have 3 minutes to read the passage. You may take notes during the reading and listening. The reading passage will be shown again during the time when you are supposed to write, but you'll listen to the lecture only once. Keep in mind that the question will not ask for your opinion. You have 20 minutes to write your response. You have 3 minutes to read. You may begin reading now.
Now listen to part of a lecture on the topic you just read about.
None of the 3 people mentioned in the reading was probably the author of the Voynich manuscript. According to the first theory, whoever wrote the Voynich manuscript thought they were conveying information so important or so powerful that they used a special code to keep it secret. That doesn't fit what we know about Anthony Ascom. Ascom was just an ordinary physician and scientist whose books didn't contain any original ideas. For instance, the little herbal mentioned in the reading was a description of common plants based on other well-known sources. So, given what we know about Ascom, his books, and the kind of knowledge he had, it seems unlikely he was the author of such an elaborately coded secret document. Second, although Edward Kelly was notoriously good at tricking people, it seems unlikely that he created the Voynich manuscript as a fake magical book to sell to some rich people. You see, the creator of the Voynich manuscript took a lot of care to make the text look like a real code. But people in the 16th century were quite easy to fool, so it was not necessary to make something this complex. If Kelly wanted to create a fake for money, there's no reason he would have put so much work into creating a manuscript like this, when a much simpler book would have suited his purpose just as well. Third, we've been able to date the manuscript materials using modern methods. Both the vellum pages and the ink on the pages, both the vellum and the ink are at least 400 years old. That rules out Voynich as the author. If Voynich wanted to create a fake, maybe he could use vellum pages taken from some old manuscripts, but where would he get 400-year-old ink? So, it seems the manuscript was created centuries before Voynich obtained it.
Summarize the points made in the lecture, being sure to explain how they challenged specific theories presented in the reading passage. You have 20 minutes to write. Start writing now. Hello everyone, this is James Song here. Welcome back, everyone, to my video. Today we are covering writing section of the TOEFL test, and in particular, as you can see on the screen, we will be covering question 1 of 2 in the writing section. So we are doing integrated writing. Most of you watching this video by now probably be familiar with how to do integrated writing in terms of its directions and instruction, but you know, some people may be not very familiar. It may be first time watching this video, so I'll just quickly run through the directions and question and format of this question, okay? Integrated writing. So directions, you have 20 minutes to plan and write your response. So you have 20 minutes to write an essay. Your response will be judged on the basis of the quality of your writing. So, yeah. I will create another video that explains how the writing section is scored. There is a specific rubric that ETS has made to score this TOEFL test. So I will be covering that in another video. But basically, it's the contents and development and grammar, okay? And on how well your response presents the points in the lecture. So points in the lecture here refers to points in the listening passage, okay? And the relationship to the reading passage. So, you know, we need to summarize the points in the listening passage, and also we need to compare and contrast, what is that points relationship to the reading passage also. Okay, so question pretty much self-explanatory. Summarize the points made in the lecture you just heard. So exactly what I explained. And it gives us a little bit more guide on the relationship to the reading passage, okay? Explaining how they, so points in the listening, cast doubt on the points made in the reading. So now we know points made in the listening passage will be casting doubts on the points made in the reading passage, okay? And we have reading provided for us to summarize. And we are given extra 3 minutes to read the passage and make necessary notes. But the reading passage, as you know, will not disappear after extra 3 minutes we are given. The reading passage will be available until the end of this task. So you can always look at the reading passage on your left of the screen like so, while you are writing the integrated writing test. But the listening, more important part and perhaps more difficult part, will be only played once, right? So as I said, pretty much every single lecture, in order to listen to the listening passage really well and write the perfect notes, we need to train ourselves to be able to read the reading passage, hopefully in 3 minutes, and also make the perfect notes within 3 minutes if we can. And I will do live demonstration in another video. Today we'll just go through the reading passage, sentence by sentence, to be thorough. Okay. Yeah. So we're given extra 3 minutes to do that if we want. And after 3 minutes, listening passage will be played automatically immediately after that. And after listening passage is finished, then stop clock will be up, and it will count down from 20 minutes. So we need to start writing and typing and finish this task within 20 minutes. Okay? Yeah, let's go. So let's read the reading passage and make necessary notes. First part. In 1912, a bookseller named Wilfred M. Voynich acquired a beautifully illustrated handwritten book. Okay, so this guy got the book. Written on vellum is a material that was used for writing before introduction of paper. So probably he found it 1912, but you know, it's a while back that, you know, before introduction of paper. So this guy got this book, okay, in 1912. It must be a really old book, okay, before paper was available. The Voynich manuscript, it was called, resembles manuscript written in the 15th, 16th century. I told you, okay? So probably he discovered, you know, 400 to 500-year-old manuscript. Good for him. However, but it is written in a completely unknown script. Okay, so unknown language, you know, unknown code. Okay, today, even now, okay, no one has been able to decode the script and understand the book's contents. Okay, so it's written in some kind of code, some kind of script, that some kind of language that we do not understand. All right, so what? Several theories, okay? So it's going to give us 3 theories, body 1, body 2, body 3. Several theories has been proposed to explain the origin of the manuscript. Okay, so explain the origin of the manuscript in the reading passage, and listening passage will rebut each and every theory that is going to be presented here. Okay, so if we only have 3 minutes, only note we really need to write down, because you know we can look back at the reading passage anytime. The thesis is several theories have been proposed to explain the origin of the Voynich manuscript. This is enough, because you know we can look back at the reading passage anytime we want, and basically the listening, when we get to the listening passage, the thesis of the listening will be nothing more than you know, lecturer in the listening disagrees with every theory that reading passage presents. Okay, so you know, that would be the only note taking I would do for introductory paragraph. Okay, all right. Okay, I mean, you could write like real briefly, you know, Voynich acquired a book called VM, Voynich manuscript. It's written in a noun script, and several theories has been proposed to explain the origin, right? But, you know, it's not necessary to write that long, because, you know, reading passage is not going to disappear. All right, good start. Nothing hard. First body, one theory. What's the first theory of the origin? How did this manuscript, this book, has come about? One theory is that manuscript is a genuine work on some scientific or magical subject composed in a complex secret code. Okay, so one theory is that it's a genuine work 400-500 years ago of some scientific or magical subject in a complex secret code, you know, that in purpose, so nobody can understand. They created this, some kind of like a secret code. Only a few people or specific people can understand. And it's on some scientific or magical subject. Okay. All right. Okay. So Anthony asked him, who is he? A 16th century physician and botanist has been identified as a possible author. Okay. So he may be the possible author, so original author. Okay. Since many plant illustration in the Voynich manuscript are quite similar to those in Ascham's book. Okay. Okay. This is a bit puzzling because, like, in introduction paragraph, it clearly said nobody can understand the code. So, you know, I'm doing a critical reading here. How would you know? Many plant illustration in the Voynich manuscript are quite similar to Ascham's book, but, you know, my job is not to, you know, criticize the question. Just, you know, we just need to solve the question and get the score. So maybe they understand part of it. Okay, it didn't say they did not understand anything at all. So yeah, I'll let that go. Okay. But anyway, since many plant illustration in the Voynich scripts are quite similar, okay, to plant illustration in Ascham's book. So, you know, Ascham must have written this. You know, Ascham wrote this because it's quite similar to his book. So another book he wrote. So probably he wrote this book as well. Okay. So the other book he wrote is A Little Herbal. So we're trying to say plants illustration in Little Herbal is quite similar to Voynich manuscript's plants illustration. Okay. So we embody one. I'll just write one here. Okay. Genuine work on some scientific or magical subject written in complex secret code, right? So that may be the origin. And the possible author is Anthony Ascham. Okay, I'm just writing notes, imagining I'm writing this in 3 minutes, okay, which I'll show you live demonstration in another video or other videos to come, okay? And because it's quite similar, so plants illustration is quite similar to Ascham's book, Little Herbal, right? Okay, so that should be the topic sentence, major detail here, and minor detail here, okay? All right, so first theory is maybe it's a genuine work on scientific or magical subject written in complex secret code. Possible author may be Anthony Ascham because plant illustration in Voynich manuscript is quite similar to Andrew Ascham's book. So he must be the author. So Andrew Ascham must be the original author. Okay? Understood? Cool. Moving on, second body. According to some other theories, okay, second theory, another theory, manuscript, the book, the Voynich manuscript, is really a fake. Okay, it's a fake. It's nothing useful or valuable. It's just a lie. Fake. So it's not a genuine work on certain subject. It's just a fake, and its text has no real meaning. Okay, why was this written then? You know. Okay, so it's a fake. So it's in this unknown code, but it's a fake. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, let's read a little bit more. For example, it has been proposed the manuscript was created by Edward Kelly. So exactly the same structure as the first body paragraph, which is good. Okay, so second body, the Voynich script is just a fake and without any meaning. And possible author is Edward Kelly. Okay, who is he and why? 16th century personality who extracted money from nobles across Europe by pretending to have magical powers. Okay, so he was the conster. He was a liar. You know, he was shady liar that pretended, as written here. Okay. Okay, pretended to have magical power to, you know, take money from nobles. That's what he did. So we can kind of relate that he has written a fake document which has no real meaning to show the nobles, hey, look, this means like this, I have a magical power, I'm the author, something like that. You know, we need to read the next sentence, obviously. But let's just define who he is. Edward Kelly, okay, who extracted money from nobles by pretending he had magical power. So he just lied, basically. Okay. So he wrote this book. Why? Kelly may have created the manuscript, written the manuscript as a fake. Yeah, it was really a fake document, has no real meaning. So he could have written this manuscript as a fake magical book to sell to wealthy people. Okay, so it's fake, has no real meaning, but he was pretending this is like a secret magical document. You can also get the magical power like me to make money from these wealthy people, right? Okay. He used a made-up alphabet in a completely random order. Okay, minor detail. So it's a fake. He just made it up. Has no real meaning. It looks like a book of magical secret, but there's no meaning for underlying text. So, you know, we don't really need to write anything down here because we understood, okay? And it's a minor detail. So, you know, I wouldn't write anything from here. I would just remember. And also it's a minor detail. So yeah, my note might finish here. If I wanted to finish writing notes in 3 minutes of everything, or just say, you know, just this part, I'll write 2-3 words to remind myself when I listen to the listening passage, right? Kelly may have created the manuscript as created the Voynich manuscript, okay, as fake magical book to sell to nobles, sell to wealthy people to make money. Okay, yeah, that's all I would write. Let me look at the notes and interpret what I've written. So second theory is that it is a fake document without any real meaning. Maybe possible author is Edward Kelly, who took money from nobles by pretending he had magical powers. He may have created this book to pretend he had fake magical power to sell this book to make money from wealthy people. Yeah, perfect. Last paragraph in reading. Another theory is that, so third theory we're getting to. Manuscript is actually a modern fake, okay? So it's a fake, okay? Modern fake. So, you know, if Edward Kelly wrote this book, it's at least 500 years old, right? 16th century, so 1500s, right? 400 years plus. So another theory, the third theory, is that is an actual modern fake. Okay, all right, created by Voynich himself. So he wrote this book and did not tell anybody. So it's a fake book. And he said, look what I found. I found 400 years old book. Look at this. Yeah. And pretended, just lie to everyone, right? So third theory is that the book is actually written by Voynich himself, but it's a fake. He didn't tell anybody. Why? As an antique book dealer, antique obviously means very old, okay? So he was an old book dealer. Voynich certainly had the knowledge of what old manuscript books should look like. Okay, so he had a knowledge of what really old book should look like, meaning he could have made a fake one, right? Could have created a fake one. There you go. Okay, we're reading really well. we're kind of getting the next part of the sentence exactly right by our thinking, right? Perhaps, maybe, Voynich's plan was to sell the fake as a mysterious old book. He wrote it. He didn't tell anybody, look, I found 400 years old book. If he received attractive offer, because what was his job? Old book dealer. So maybe he was trying to sell it at an expensive price, right? So body 3 also shares the same structure as previous 2 body paragraph, which is good. So Voynich manuscript may be a modern fake, and it's written by Voynich himself, right? That would be a bit of comedy, right? So as a antique book dealer, we don't need to write that down. He kind of knew what to do. He had enough knowledge to create what it looked like an old book, right? So maybe I just wrote, he had enough knowledge as a antique book dealer, knowledge to create old book, or Voynich manuscript VM. Okay, because we can read it, right? Like it doesn't disappear. We can keep the reading passage. So we just strictly writing down something to prepare ourselves to listen to the listening passage better, which will be only played once, right? That should be the focus. And understanding the reading passage, of course, right? So he had a knowledge to create the whole book, right? And minor detail, maybe he had a plan to sell the fake book if he received attractive offer, okay, to make a lot of money. He wished, maybe. Okay, so third body paragraph, I should say. Voynich manuscript may be a modern fake created by Voynich himself, because he had enough knowledge to create Voynich manuscript as a antique book dealer. Maybe he was trying to sell this fake book if he received good offer, if somebody wanted to buy at an expensive price. Okay, so let's just strictly look at the reading passage only and make sentences to see whether we understood the reading passage completely, okay? So introduction, there are several theories to explain the origin of Voynich manuscript. First theory is it's a genuine work on scientific and magical subject in a complex secret code, maybe created by Andrew Askham, because plain illustration in Voynich manuscript is very similar to his book. Second theory is that it's just a fake book, has no real meaning, created by Edward Kelly. He was the guy who was taking money from nobles by pretending, lying he had magical power. So he wrote this book to, sell it to the nobles, saying that he had magical powers. This book, if you read this book, you can get magical powers just like me, something like that, right? And the third theory is that it's a modern fake written by Voynich himself because he had enough knowledge as old book dealer to create such book. He had ability to do it. Maybe his plan was to make a lot of money by selling this old fake book. Perfect, job done. So first part of our task has been done, I think, perfectly. So second part, as I told you, is the listening part. Okay, guys, let's listen to the listening passage and try to write the perfect notes simultaneously on this part by comparing, contrasting from the reading passage on your left, hopefully, okay? So here we go.
Now listen to part of a lecture on the topic you just read about.
None of the three people mentioned in the reading was probably the author of the Voynich manuscript. According to the first theory, whoever wrote the Voynich manuscript thought they were conveying information so important or so powerful that they used a special code to keep it secret. That doesn't fit what we know about Anthony Ascom. Ascom was just an ordinary physician and scientist whose books didn't contain any original ideas. For instance, the little herbal mentioned in the reading was a description of common plants based on other well-known sources. So, given what we know about Ascom, his books, and the kind of knowledge he had, it seems unlikely he was the author of such an elaborately coded secret document. Second, although Edward Kelly was notoriously good at tricking people, it seems unlikely that he created the Voynich manuscript as a fake magical book to sell to some rich people. You see, the creator of the Voynich manuscript took a lot of care to make the text look like a real code. But people in the 16th century were quite easy to fool, so it was not necessary to make something this complex. If Kelly wanted to create a fake for money, there's no reason he would have put so much work into creating a manuscript like this when a much simpler book would have suited his purpose just as well. Third, we've been able to date the manuscript materials using modern methods. Both the vellum pages and the ink on the pages, both the vellum and the ink are at least 400 years old. That rules out Voynich as the author. If Voynich wanted to create a fake, maybe he could use vellum pages taken from some old manuscripts. But where would he get 400-year-old ink? So, it seems the manuscript was created centuries before Voynich obtained it.
Okay, how much did you get it? I think I've done a pretty good job. So let me go through this with you, just like how I do other, listening passage, exactly the same. So introduction, we'll listen to the listening passage one more time at the end, okay? So introduction, paragraph, the author, the lecturer in the listening said, none of the proposed, probable or possible authors from the readings are not likely to be the author of Voynich manuscript. That's the thesis of the listening passage. So it's directly rebutting, casting doubts that, first theory is maybe Andrew Ascom was the original author. The second, body was proposing maybe it was Edward Kelly. And the third body was saying maybe Voynich himself was a possible author. Listening passage is saying that, they rebut all of that theories. Okay, so none of the author presented in the reading passage was probably the author of Voynich manuscript. Okay, so I mean, you cannot write everything down. Expect that you have to remember some things that you won't be able to write down in full, even in note-taking, because, you know, listening passage is quite fast. Okay, so that was the thesis. And first, it wasn't very direct. It was quite indirect. So we're going to change and synthesize the paragraph to our liking when we write the essay, write the answer in full. But, you know, we have no choice but, you know, write in kind of the order that listening gives us, because we have to, you know, we cannot lose any part in the listening. So it was saying that, you know, considering information was very important and powerful, so that they wrote it in a secret code, like the reading says in the first body paragraph. Andrew Ascham cannot be the guy, cannot be the author, considering, you know, they were trying to put some important information in secret code. Considering that, Andrew Ascham cannot be the author, okay? Because, so that would be the topic sentence we'll definitely use. This part, not sure, because it's quite indirect, okay? So topic sentence is Andrew Ascham is probably not the author, because he was just an ordinary person. He wasn't, you know, he wasn't a special person. And his book didn't really have any original idea. Okay, so it cannot be such a, like, an important and powerful book that had to be written in secret code, because he was just an ordinary guy and his book did not have anything important or original, right? For example, so minor detail, so second detail, so topic sentence. Detail 1, detail 2, you know, his book, Little Herbal, it was nothing more than a description of common plants from other sources. So he didn't have any original idea. So it's major detail 1, minor detail 1 in this case. Okay, 2 details. Therefore, Andrew Ascham is probably not the author. Okay, perfect. Second, also indirect, okay? Edward Kelly was very good at faking, tricking people. He's probably not the author. The reason is it took great care. So, you know, they put a lot of effort, a lot of work. So the code is like really complex, right? So the author, whoever he is or she is, they put a lot of care, means they put in a lot of work to, you know, make it look like it's a real code, not the fake one. But in the 16th centuries, it was easy to fool people, meaning you didn't have to put this much effort to fool people. You know, it's way too complex if the purpose was just to fool people to make some money. It you know, looks like, you know, the author seems to put too much effort into creating this document if, you know, someone wanted to just trick people, right? And if Edward Kelly was the author, this is totally unnecessary, okay? Because he could have just done less work, not like, you know, Voynich manuscript. You know, he could have just made simpler book with a lot less effort. He could have achieved his objective by fooling people to sell the book to make money. So it doesn't make sense that he would put so much effort into writing this book that looks like a real code, right? Because he didn't have to, because his purpose was just to fool people, and it was very easy to fool people at that time. Okay. All right. Third body paragraph. We can date the Voynich manuscript, meaning we have technology to know when this book was written by knowing how old is a vellum the manuscript was written on instead of paper, and type of ink it was used on vellum. Okay, we can know how old is the vellum and the ink on the manuscript. We can do that, and we dated it, and it turned out the vellum, so the material they used instead of paper and the ink they used, all right, it came out to be at least 400 years or older, so very indirect. This claims that Voynich is not the author. Okay, this is the evidence that confirms Voynich is not the author. Okay, so Voynich is not the author is a topic sentence. Okay, because the vellum and the ink of the manuscript is at least 400 years old. Because he wouldn't have been 458 years old. People cannot live that long, right? And the detail is the vellum, he could have got it from other book, right? And used it, but this is the real reason, most important detail. Okay? There's no way for him to get ink that is 400 years old or older to write this book by himself. It's impossible. You cannot get the ink this old, the passage is saying. So this rules out Voynich as the author. Okay, so the document must have been written 400-500 years before Voynich was around. So nobody can live 400 years old, right? Because he cannot get ink that old, so it must have been written centuries before, so hundreds of years, 400 or 500 years before the Voynich was born. Okay, so topic sentence, detail 1, detail 2, right? So let's go through it real quick, okay? So the listening passage says, none of the author proposed in the reading passage is probably the author of Voynich manuscript. First reason is that Andrew Askham is probably not the author because he didn't have any original idea in his book. Plant illustration in his book was just description of common plants from other sources. So he cannot be the author. Second, Edward Kelly cannot be the author because the book took a lot of care, but it was easy to fool people back then. So it wouldn't have been necessary for him to, make this book to trick people, right? He could have wrote a simpler book to trick people. Third, considering vellums and ink are at least 400 years old, so topic sentence, Voynich did not write this book because he could have got vellum from other old book, but he cannot get the ink that is 400 years or older. It's impossible. So book must have been written centuries before Voynich was alive. Therefore, Voynich is not the author. Okay, perfect job, right? So just go through the notes and have a listen to the listening passage for one last time. And then we're going to move to step 3, looking at the model essay, to make sure, confirm how the perfect answer is written for you to work towards. Okay, so let's listen to the listening passage one more time. Here we go.
Now listen to part of a lecture on the topic you just read about.
None of the 3 people mentioned in the reading was probably the author of the Voynich manuscript. According to the first theory, whoever wrote the Voynich manuscript thought they were conveying information so important or so powerful that they used a special code to keep it secret. That doesn't fit what we know about Anthony Ascom. Ascom was just an ordinary physician and scientist whose books didn't contain any original ideas. For instance, the little herbal mentioned in the reading was a description of common plants based on other well-known sources. So, given what we know about Ascom, his books, and the kind of knowledge he had, it seems unlikely he was the author of such an elaborately coded secret document. Second, although Edward Kelly was notoriously good at tricking people, it seems unlikely that he created the Voynich manuscript as a fake magical book to sell to some rich people. You see, the creator of the Voynich manuscript took a lot of care to make the text look like a real code. But people in the 16th century were quite easy to fool, so it was not necessary to make something this complex. If Kelly wanted to create a fake for money, there's no reason he would have put so much work into creating a manuscript like this, when a much simpler book would have suited his purpose just as well. Third, we've been able to date the manuscript materials using modern methods. Both the vellum pages and the ink on the pages, both the vellum and the ink are at least 400 years old. That rules out Voynich as the author. If Voynich wanted to create a fake, maybe he could use vellum pages taken from some old manuscripts. But where would he get 400-year-old ink? So, it seems the manuscript was created centuries before Voynich obtained it.
Okay, perfect notes, right? Yeah, so this should be on your desk when you go to the TOEFL test, your completed reading and listening notes, okay? And you're looking at these notes and you need to type the perfect answer to complete your integrated writing task, which I'll show you in a second through analyzing the model essay, okay? So I'll pull up a model essay on the right-hand side and I'll leave the notes on the left so we can see how perfectly written notes, have become this model answer, okay? So see you in 2 seconds. Let me pull up the model answer. All right, let's finish this, guys. So we made the perfect notes on reading on the left here and listening on the right here, okay? And this is the model essay. We should be able to write to get the perfect score on this task, okay? All right, so both reading and listening passages are dealing with the origin of the Voynich script, okay? So first sentence, so always 3 sentences introduction paragraph if we can, okay? So you could use this as one of the templates, okay? So both passages, reading and listening passages are dealing with the topic of the discussion. So topic of the discussion was, origin of the Voynich manuscript, right? Okay, So both passage, reading and listening, are dealing with which topic? First sentence. And next sentence, the reading proposes three people as the probable author of the manuscript. Okay, so that's the thesis of the reading introduction, right? Okay, there are three possible authors to, there are three possible authors who, could have created the Voynich manuscript, right? So write that down. Second sentence. Third sentence, however, listening thesis, okay? The listening states none of the proposed people as author in the reading was probably the author, okay? So listening just disagrees against the reading's thesis statement. So three-sentence structure. Okay, so first sentence, both reading and listening are dealing with this topic. Reading claims this. Listening does not think reading is right. Okay, three-sentence structure. So that's done. So first body, we'll cover the listening part first. And then we'll just write down the topic sentence and the detail as a whole, as one, into one sentence, preferably, okay? So first, direct sentence. First, the lecturer in the listening claims that, so you could use this as a template, okay? So content is Anthony Askham is not likely the author of the manuscript. So topic sentence done. Two details. Askham was an ordinary physician who did not have any original ideas in his book. So major detail, detail one covered. And for example, this is detail two. So we'll write down detail one, detail two to get the perfect score. So for example, A Little Herbal, his book was a description of common plants based on other sources, okay? From other sources. So detail two, covered. So covered in full sentence. Perfect. And then we have like a bridge sentence, as I like to call it, or the template to start the reading part. So of course, this is all listening part. Okay. And this is a bridge sentence, as I call it, template to move to the reading part. Anthony Askham, so we're going to summarize the reading part. Anthony Askham was a possible author because plant illustration in Voynich manuscript is similar to his book. Okay, right? So Anthony Askham was a possible author since many plant illustration in the Voynich manuscript were similar to those. So those plant illustration in Askham's book. So perfect. Okay, so topic sentence and summarize the detail as the whole one thing in the reading. Okay, so we want to be a little bit more elaborate in the listening part. We want to have topic sentence and two details. And the reading part, we want to have topic sentence and the detail as a whole thing. So first body, perfectly done. Second body. Sorry, let me just scroll down like this. So we're going to write Edward Kelly was not the author. So second, the lecturer argues that, maybe you can use that as a template. Edward Kelly doesn't seem to be the author of the Voynich manuscript. So we're going to put this into 1 and this into 1, okay? The creator of the manuscript put a lot of effort, great care, paraphrased, to make the text look like a real code. However, Kelly had no reason to put so much effort, as much as simple books could have still fooled people for him to make money. Okay, so I summarized this part and this part into these 2 sentences. Okay, so that's topic sentence done. The creator of the manuscript put a lot of effort to make the text look like a real code. However, Kelly had no reason to do that. Much easier, much simpler book could have still served his purpose of fooling people to make money. Okay, so paraphrased. However, Kelly had no reason to put so much effort, as much simpler books could have still fooled people for him to make money. Okay. And another template you can use on your way to covering the reading passage. So reading passage thesis is the Voynich manuscript is a fake book without any meaning. Okay, that is created by Edward Kelly. And he may created this book to sell to wealthy people to make money. Okay, so let's have a look at the sentence. This opposes the reading's claim that, and then here comes the reading part. The manuscript is a fake book written by Edward Kelly, who pretended he had magical power to take money from nobles. Okay. So topic sentence and the detail as a whole into a 1 sentence, if you could. That's a recipe for my success. Okay. I mean, you could have written 2 sentences here. Okay. In correct, accurate grammar, that's fine. But if I can, I like to write the reading summary into 1 sentence, if I can, when I can, okay? To make it a little shorter and concise. Because the listening is the main part, as the question implies. All right, so second body is perfectly done. And third body, third lecture states that Voynich cannot be the author since they dated vellum and the ink of the manuscript, right? So that's the topic sentence done. Maybe you could use this as a template. Both the vellum and ink are at least 400 years old. So what? However, there's no way for him to get 400 years old ink. Therefore, it seems the manuscript was created centuries before he acquired the document. Okay, so I like to write in 3 sentences, but sometimes, you could have 4 sentences listening summary, be prepared to be flexible, okay? You don't have to do it exactly the same way all the time. It's preferable because you kind of have a structure you can rely on, but contents are the most important thing. If you write right information, then you get the full score. So I purposely wrote in 4 sentences to show you. It will be preferable you have some kind of structure you can rely on. It will be nice, right? So you always finish in 3 sentences, but it would depend on the passage, we're given, right? Passages we're given with, right? It could be 3 sentences, it could be 4 sentences, as long as we get the right information. The contents are accurate. Okay, so that's topic sentence in 2 sentences. And that's detail 1 in our notes here. And this is, ooh, sorry. I cooked that one. Oops. Okay, so that's topic sentence, detail 1, and detail 2. So it must been created centuries before. Okay, you got the document. And that's another template. You know, switching to the reading part. This refutes the readings claim that. And then we need to have the reading summary, which is, you know, it may be a modern fake by Voynich himself because he had a knowledge to be able to create this book. Okay. So the readings topic sentence. The manuscript is modern fake created by Voynich himself, as he had enough knowledge of old manuscript to create one, and perhaps he wanted to, you know, sell it. Okay, so I use and to make into a nice one sentence with the correct grammar, but, you know, you could have written in 2 sentences, even though it's a reading part, it's okay. Okay? Yeah, so there you have it. Perfect, okay? Maybe a bit of waste of your time, but, you know, let me kind of read the whole essay, right? Both reading and listening passages are dealing with the origin of the Voynich manuscript. The reading proposes 3 people as the probable author of the manuscript. However, the listening states none of the proposed people was probably the author. First, lecturer. Let me just scroll this down. Okay. First, the lecturer in the listening claims that Anthony Askham is not likely the author. Askham was an ordinary physician who did not have any original ideas in his book. For example, in his book, Little Herbal, it was nothing more than a description of common plants from other sources. This rebuts the reading's claim that Anthony Askham was a possible author, since many plant illustrations in the Voynich manuscript were similar to those in Askham's book. Done. Next body. Second, the lecturer argues that Edward Kelly doesn't seem to be the author. Why? The creator of the manuscript put a lot of effort to make the text look like a real code. However, Kelly had no reason to put so much effort. As much simpler book could have still fooled people for him to make money from nobles. Listening part done. Moving on to the reading part. This opposes the reading's claim that, what's the reading's claim? The manuscript is a fake book written by Edward Kelly, who pretended he had magical powers to take money from nobles. Last body. Third, the lecturer states that Voynich cannot be the author. Both the vellum and ink are at least 400 years old. So you could have, as I said, made this into one sentence, right? Something like, third, the lecturer states that Voynich cannot be the author, considering that the vellum and ink are at least 400 years old. Exactly the same thing, right? However, there is no way for him to get 400-year-old ink, detail 1, detail 2. Therefore, it seems the manuscript was created centuries before the Voynich acquired the document. Okay? Bridge to the reading. This refutes the reading's claim that the manuscript is a modern fake created by Voynich himself, as he had enough knowledge of old manuscripts to create a fake book, and perhaps he had the plan to sell it. Yeah, so maybe I shouldn't have read the whole essay again to save your time, but I just wanted to emphasize and help you more and make sure of it. Okay, so there you have it. Another pretty good, I think, ideal lesson to cover the integrated writing. And that's it for another lesson. Thank you very much for watching this video till the end, and I hope you find this useful, and I'll see you very soon in my next video. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Bye. For this task, you'll need to answer a question posted by a professor. You'll also be able to see how other students answered it. You'll have 10 minutes to write your response. Effective responses will have at least 100 words. 10 minutes start now. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome to the TOEFL show. This is episode 42. Today, I have a great show ready for you. I'm giving you a full lecture of practice test of TOEFL writing question 2, which I have given you as episode 41. So today's lecture, I'll show you how to write a perfect answer on TOEFL writing question 2, which I have given you as a practice test in episode 41. So let's get started. Okay, so you see this screen when you get TOEFL writing question 2, and the moment you get this screen, your time limit of 10 minutes is starting immediately. So this part, as you know, it's a direction. It's always the same every time. So we shouldn't waste any time reading this word for word on our test day. So just really quickly scan which academic subject the question will be based on, okay? And move on to professor, okay? What is the question that I have to answer, professor? Today, we'll be discussing the benefits plus advantages, drawbacks minus disadvantages of working remotely. So working remotely, remote, like separated, apart, away from. So this actually means working at home or not working at the office, or basically working online in reality, okay? So today we'll be talking about good things and bad things about working online and not working physically at the office altogether, okay? Working remotely can increase productivity and offer flexibility. Wow. So the professor actually gives us some clues even before he gives us the question, right? So that's very helpful. So he thinks working remotely increase productivity. Obviously, we need to think if we want to use this reason, because it would really depend on type of job. So if it is a kind of a job that you can work by yourself, then this could make sense because, you know, you don't have any interruption, you don't have any disturbance. And if you're a very focused person who can concentrate on your work and your nature of the work is just working really hard by yourself, then this could be true, right? And offer flexibility. Yeah, yes and no in reality. Once again, it depends on the job and depend on what kind of company, what kind of employer you work for, because it's a still job, it's a profession. There will be some rules and working hours and things like that. You cannot just work whenever you want. That just wouldn't be true. But maybe, you know, you don't have to arrive at the office every morning before 8:30 a.m. exactly. Okay. So, you know, you might have like 15 minutes, 30 minutes more flexibility, or depending on the job again, you know, you may be able to choose amount of hours you work. Maybe, you know, you can work 8 hours per day, or depending on the job again, because you are not physically there at the office, there may be some flexibility, okay? You can enjoy, right? It's less rigid. But it can also cause feeling of isolation, so there must be negatives, there must be the drawbacks, and hinder collaboration. Collaboration, obviously working together as a team with other people or other team, right? So it's bad for, it prevents, it reduces, it's not conducive, it's not good, not helpful for collaboration. So, you know, to kind of summarize, you know, professor gives us a lot of information even before asking us exact questions. So we're going to talk about working remotely. Good things are it could increase productivity of your work, and it could be more flexible working environment because, you know, even being allowed to work at home, that's a flexibility. Okay, you are given a lot of flexibility. Okay, you don't have to come to the office. Okay, but it may make you feel all alone or very isolated. Okay, not together with people, and it may not be good if you have to work in a team. Okay, your job involves collaborating with others, dealing with others, working with others, then working remotely may not be so good for that for obvious reasons, right? So what do you think? Do you prefer working remotely or in a traditional office environment? So is this closed question or open question? You tell me. Of course, it's closed question. Well done, everyone. Question gives us two options, and we're just choosing one of two options, and that becomes the answer of the question. So we need to choose. Yes, I prefer working remotely, online, at home. I don't want to go to the office. Or I prefer working in traditional office environment, or I would like to work at a physical office with my colleagues. All right? Why? All right. So questions are pretty much straightforward. Okay. So do you prefer to work remotely, or would you rather commute to the actual office when you get a job? Which one would you prefer? What does Sam say? I prefer working in a traditional office environment. So this guy wants to go to the office, actual physical place to work, okay, with other people. While remote work can be convenient, I mean, he wants to work in the office, but even though he wants to work in the office, he kind of admit the convenience of being able to work remotely because, I mean, obviously it's easier physically and more convenient not having to commute, not having to physically move yourself to the office. If you don't have to do that, then that's more convenient. That's kind of true. Okay. While the other option may give you more convenience, but why does he want to work in the office? It's difficult to form personal relationship with colleagues and collaborate effectively on projects. So he's all for like teamwork. Okay. So working remotely is kind of bad for building personal relationship with colleagues, which may be helpful to do a better job because, you don't meet people in person, right? It's very true. And collaborate effectively on projects. So he believes if he works at the office, one place, everybody work together as a team, then because you are physically together every day, the way you work together, collaborate in person, you can do your job more effectively. It will depend on a job because obviously it's given that you have to presume he's talking about generally type of jobs that you cannot work alone. Okay? You would have to work with other people or even other teams and other departments. Okay? So I think people work best when they can bounce ideas off of one another. So that's another big things. Okay. So when you're doing one project together in a team, as a team, then, if you work at the office, you can more dynamically, quickly share ideas of, 3, 4, 5 people, let's say. Then maybe the ideas of 5 people coming out of 5 brains would be better than just one person working alone by oneself with one brain. Okay? So I think people work best when they can bounce ideas off of one another and work together, collaborate towards one objective as a team. Obviously, when you have to work in a team project, or your job involves a lot of teamwork. Okay. Of course, like if certain job does not require you to work in a team at all, then this does not apply. But he's generally assuming that most of the job would require working in a team, like a team project, for example. Okay. So Sam is basically saying working in the office he prefers because he can form personal relationship with people who he works with, uh, and that would help him to work better together as a team to achieve better outcome. Ali probably disagree, right? Let's see what kind of ideas we can get from Ali. I disagree with Sam, so probably she prefers working remotely. She thinks working remotely is great. Yeah. You can avoid stress commuting. Yeah, it would really depend on people, type of people who you are based on your personality and preference, of course. Everyone's different. And this is true as well. And it would impact some people more than the others. But, let's talk about this. Obviously, commuting may give a lot of stress to many people. Not everyone, but, some people may live like 15, 20 minutes walk from their work, their job. But, many people usually live maybe 30 minutes or even around an hour from their job, and they have to use some kind of transportation, catch a bus, train, subway, or even driving their own car. And that would be very draining, requires a lot of energy. And, in extreme cases, some people may have to commute 2 hours, just get to work. And imagine, it's full of people, it's packed subway, 7:30 in the morning, and 6 a.m. you have to kind of travel with so many other people in a packed subway for 2 hours. I mean, that would be hell for me as well. I wouldn't like that, and I would have no energy when I start my job, so that would be minus for working at the office, but you can avoid it. And set your own schedule. I mean, this is a bit of generalization because it's a professional work. You're getting paid. So probably, most of the jobs, you cannot just set your work hours 100%, but it's just talking relatively with a little bit of generalization. But, because you might have a little bit more flexibility depending on a job you do, it would vary a lot because usually job that you can do remotely, not all the jobs, but some jobs that you can perform remotely, obviously doesn't need to work with other people. Okay, some jobs. And these jobs usually, like some employers don't care like how many hours you work exactly. Some jobs, you just need output, like a result, outcome. Okay, final output you need. Then you would be able to set your own schedule. Okay, true. Yeah. So I know I need to do this job and finish this job and send my report to my employer by Friday. If that's the case, for example, then you could decide how many hours you work today and tomorrow to finish your work. Okay, that could be the case. And work in a more comfortable environment that suits you. This is definitely more objectively true because most of the time people just work at home, or they may even get their own personal office if they really want to, or they may be living in this one of these like Southeast Asia beach beach town, beach villages like Bali or Da Nang, okay? And depend on what kind of job they do, but you know, they might just hang out in the beach and actually do their work just by using their laptop, or you know, they could easily work in a coffee shop or restaurant and things like that, depending on what kind of job you do. So even working at home, okay, compared to the office, it's agreeable that it would be more comfortable environment for most people. So this is kind of obvious advantage as well. Okay. Plus, with today's communication technologies, it's easy to stay in touch with your colleagues and collaborate with them, even you are not physically in the same place. So this is really good reasoning, quite critical, because it's rebutting what the opposite side criticize, because the opposite side is saying, you know, the professor and also Sam is, you know, it's better to collaborate if you work in the same office because you are physically together at the same place. But at least saying, come on, it's not like 1800s. We're living in, you know, 21st century. And even Zoom, for example, like I'm giving you a lecture right now, because of these current technology, when you work online, you know, we can use these tools to have a meeting over internet, using internet online. You know, there are Zoom and other tools and, you know, technologies we can use very easily to have meetings, live meetings, without really meeting each other. So at least saying, you know, it's not really that much of a problem. Let's not exaggerate. Let's not be extreme. Even we work remotely, if we use internet, we can usually have a meeting with many people together to collaborate, cooperate, and work together without too much problem. It's not really an issue. Okay, which is also a, you know, good reason, you know. So we could use some of these reasons. So as I said, the simplest and the best strategy to ace this question is that treat this question as exactly like TOEFL speaking question 1, as I explained in detail in one of my previous video. I think the first complete lesson video for TOEFL writing question 2. Okay, so treat it like TOEFL speaking question 1. We need to choose the side, come up with 2 reasons, but that's not all. We need to elaborate, explain, or give an example to elaborate our reasons. Then you get the full score every single time. Or we could use, if we cannot think of our own reason or it overlaps, then we can use some reasons or both of the reasons from the professor or 2 of the question students answer, but we can just repeat what the reading passage already mentioned to us. We can use that reason. But we need to elaborate, explain further in detail with our original contents, because we must make a contribution to this discussion to get a very high score. Okay? We cannot just copy and paste. Or we could use one reason and explain it with our original contents, really take it into more detail and explore, elaborate. Or we could deliberately think of one other reason that does not overlap from here. Okay, so I want to make even more original answer, then have 1 or 2 reasons purposely not mentioned here, but all of the strategy that I just mentioned, I am mentioning, you can get the perfect score. You can get the full mark. Okay. So it's already tested with myself and my students taking the TOEFL test. So you can trust me. It's field tested. So what I'm telling you, I'm not guessing. I'm not making this up. I'm not just, just kind of doing whatever. What I'm telling you is all true, fact-based, and it is tested with the score with the actual TOEFL test by ETS. Okay. So next step, as always, we will brainstorm together. We'll write down our ideas and contents, and we'll plan the answer, plan the essay, not so much the essay, plan our post, plan our writing answer by not only thinking of a contents, but structurally, what, why, how, developing our full answer. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, everyone. So let's plan our perfect answer that will score perfect score together. So the question was, do you prefer working remotely, or would you like to work in an office? Okay. It said more traditional office environment. Work at the office with other people, or work remotely at home or wherever. Okay. So my answer is this. I thought it was easier to write the better answer. I could easily choose this. It's very simple as well. And, I could do both for you, but you would just spend too much time unnecessarily. And I don't want to make this video boring. Okay. So I'll just plan my own answer. Okay. So I'll choose traditional office environment. And there are two reasons for that. For me, I think it would make people more diligent and time oriented. That's my reason. Okay. And what I'm going to explain, I think giving an example or a hypothetical example, analogous example would be a very easy way to explain. So I'll just say, if you have to like commute to the office and you have like a set time, you have to arrive at the office by every morning. So to keep your job, you are forced to wake up quite early in the morning to get ready to get to work by a certain time, like 8:30 or 9 or even 8 o'clock or whatever. And this kind of daily routine will make you more diligent person and someone who's time oriented, because you have to live your daily life based on schedule. Okay, so let's develop it so we don't get a writer's block when we actually have to type, right? So, we have to commute to the office. So to arrive on time, right? In the morning, every morning, you have to like wake up quite early, certain time, okay? And get to the office on time, right? Or another example, I may write or I may not, because we will have no problem writing more than 100 words. But another thing, pretty much the same. Also, we cannot party all night, every night. We have to be time oriented and quite diligent person when you get a job to commute to office, go to the office to work, because we have to get ready for the next day. Okay, right? Okay, go to bed quite early or certain time. Okay, so that's also related to this topic sentence. So this is what I have chosen. What, why, how. This is why one, my first reason, and this is my how. So, we might decide to write these two kind of details to example, or if you feel that this part is unnecessary, it's long already, our kind of first body, we can write the whole answer in one paragraph because it's a post. But if we can say this is introduction, this is body one and body two, you don't have to separate paragraphs on this question. But if we do, okay, so if we already kind of wrote more than 50 words here, then you wouldn't have to worry about this part and move on to the second reason. Or I could sum up this paragraph by making kind of like a paragraph conclusion. Okay, therefore, it will help you be a more diligent person because you have to live based on like a set schedule, which is a good thing, I'm thinking, right? Okay. All right, second reason, I want to say you can form a better relationship and deeper relationship. And I don't want to stop there. Okay, I want to be like super sharp and give the perfect answer, direct answer to the question that is being asked. So you can build better and deeper relationship, and this will produce better work performances, or this will create better quality work. Okay, all right. Okay, so I don't want to stop here, right? So what? I mean, if this is not a job, if you are like hanging out with your friends or having some beer in a pub, or if you're just playing around, then you can still build better relationship. Or let me be extreme, playing online games or things like that. Also, you don't have to like work at the office to build better relationship, but this is not the final output. Okay, so this is good, I think, because it affects positively to your work performance. Okay, so I want to include that. Okay, so I might say if you work at the office, right, you physically like meet people in person. You have to. Okay, you're all working all together in the same place. So when you are next to someone else, then obviously, it will lead to more conversation, or you might not even have lunch with your colleagues quite often, or have a quick coffee together at the cafeteria during the break time. It's a very natural thing to do when you are physically meeting people in person, right? So you can be more intimate easily and quickly, and this will lead ultimately to deeper and better relationship with more understanding. Okay, but if you work remotely, you don't have a chance to really meet people. Obviously, I agree to Ali to a certain degree. Like I mean, even now I'm meeting you over internet. I'm giving you a lecture like you're attending my class over YouTube. But certainly there is a difference. I think it's easy to you know understand that if you meet people in person, then it's true that you can build better relationship. All right, so obviously it depends on different jobs. Some jobs may not require any teamwork at all, but in general, so when you have to collaborate and when you do a team project and working together, this will definitely help to produce better quality work, better outcome. Yeah, so this would easily make over 100 words, I think, around 150 words, as I always do. My answer, if it's really short, around 120 words, to if it's really long, 170, 180 words. My answer will be always in between there because it's structured on my methodology of answering TOEFL speaking question 1. So that consistency will be always guaranteed. So don't you worry about that. Okay, last part. Let me pull up my final script and let's put our plan, our notes on one side, and let's bring up my final product, my writing script on one side, and you can, write it down or take a picture, or you can take my final answer away as a kind of a template, or like one of the model essay that you can assure, if I write to this level, I'll get the full score. Or we can kind of really concentrate and match how our notes become full sentences. That's all you have to do. Easiest way to think about and master this question type is that you are doing TOEFL speaking question 1, but you have a lot more time. You have 10 minutes, not 15 seconds. And this time you have to write, okay? You don't need to speak. That's the best way to think about it. So really concentrate how our notes or my notes become the full sentences, because that's all you have to do. If you have planned your answer like this, okay, then fundamentally all the works are done. And just technically, you need to be competent enough to put these notes into full sentences. That's all you need to do, okay? So let's do that right now. So let's go. Let's finish this. So this is our final product, okay? The perfect score writing. I prefer working in a traditional office environment rather than working remotely. No fancy introduction required. It's just a post. We don't have time to do that. ETS, did not design this question to be a formal essay. It's just writing a post on the blog, all right? Or like a discussion board online, okay? Why? First, people can become more diligent and time-oriented, exactly like how we written here in our notes. So as I said, if you have to go to the work, to the office every morning, then you have to wake up, like set time quite early to arrive at work on time, like before 9 a.m., for example. Also, you can take this out if you think this answer is quite long and the length is too challenging, but I was just in the flow, so I got another sentence in. Also, you must go to bed not too late, so you have to work based on the time. So you have to set time. So I'm going to go to bed before 12 or before 11 p.m. because I have to go to work tomorrow, right? Also, you must go to bed not too late to get ready to go to work for the next morning, okay, before 9. So just emphasizing the topic sentence one more time with a little bit of a paraphrasing. So people may become more diligent by living daily life on some kind of set schedule, okay? So halfway. Second reason right here, better relationship can be formed with your colleague, which will impact your quality of work positively, all right? So second, you can make better and deeper personal relationship with your colleagues, which will help you work better, which will help you and your colleague to produce better quality work, okay? Because right here, if you work at the office, you have to physically meet in person. And if you meet people in person, it's very natural to talk to each other have a conversation, spend time with each other rather than just doing your own work without any interaction. It's very natural to interact and unnatural to not communicate. So by doing that, you will become more intimate and understand each other better, and relationship can be, deeper and better. And understanding your colleagues better when you have to work together in a team project, it will show. You can work better. You can produce better output as a team. Okay, when you work at the office with your colleague rather than working remotely, and when you have to collaborate with others because you don't have same level of relationship with your colleagues, you may not be able to cooperate, collaborate as well as if you are working at the office with your colleagues, right? Okay, so let's read it out. Second, you can make better and deeper personal relationship with your colleagues, which will help you work better, produce better quality work. If you work at a physical office together in one place, you will meet many people in person, so you can have lots of conversation more easily to become more intimate with others naturally and understand each other better naturally. Therefore, you can build deeper relationship as a result of it, to collaborate better, and ultimately this will produce better quality teamwork. Voila, perfect. So everything is written here. We are not going to face writer's block ever, because we are going to two things I want to emphasize. Write down all the contents. So we write down in note-taking all the contents, everything we are going to write. So all the contents we will write down in our planning. Plus, we'll also develop it, not only what will be in our answer, in our writing answer, but we'll also write it down in this structure, what, why, how we are going to develop it. So we know what we are going to write down, plus how we are going to develop our writing. Okay? So there's no chance to experience writer's block if we prepare our answer like our note-taking. Then the final challenge would be complete sentences linguistically. Okay? So use these words and complete these words into sentences one by one. That's your challenge. You have to practice to get there, but you will get there. And I just have written down here for you. My answer here is 143 words. So perfect word count. There you go. So I hope you're satisfied. I hope this helps you, and you feel that this video was very helpful to understand and learn how to do this task perfectly. So this video, episode 42, was the full lecture of the episode 41, which was practice test of TOEFL writing question 2. Okay, so if you enjoyed this video, please press the like button and subscribe to my channel if you want to keep receiving my videos, and some positive comments if you care to express how you feel about my videos. Okay, thanks again, guys. I really appreciate it, and I will come back with another great video very, very soon. Okay, see you in my next video. Thank you, guys. Bye.